Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 410. Well, you guys had an awesome Wednesday. I've had a pretty good day myself. Got an amazing guest tonight, somebody we all know and love from chat, of course, Buddhaboy. How you doing, my friend? Thank you for coming on. Tell, of course, somebody how you're doing, and hopefully they already know where to find you.
Yeah, guys, good evening. Thanks for coming out to see both Eagle and I. Um, I First of all, you want to look at some pictures. There's Instagram. It's got some bud pictures. That's kind of what we do. Um, Otherwise, what was that first question?
Hmm. Tell everybody how are you, where they can find you, of course.
Oh yeah,
Where they can
I
find
am
you. But how are you?
very well. I'm in Alaska. Actually, I'll tell you that much. The interior of Alaska, a region that we call the Boreal Forest, a place that I found to be dear to my heart and to my spirit, and kind of an adversarial environment as well. Just saying that, but it's been good for my growth as a human, and it's been good for my growth as growing herb. So that's my story, and you're gonna hear a little bit about my story tonight.
Awesome, man. Alaska. That is some rough terrain. We're raised there?
We came here. My grandmother and I was raised by my grandmother in 1976, June of 76. It's June of 2021 now. So she wanted to get away from the rat race, so to speak. But our family has some roots here historically, and it was kind of what they call the call of the wild, because it is the wild. And yeah, I love Alaska a lot. And there's even a place called Eagle, Alaska. So when you come to Alaska, you'll have to go see the Yukon River and see Eagle, Alaska.
There's oddly enough an Eagle, Michigan too. Even more oddly enough, when I decided to open up my construction company, our home improvements is actually the right title. Right, home improvements. Uh, my first house that I landed, first people that called out of the blue were from Eagle, Michigan. The first couple houses Eli Home Improvements built were in Eagle, Michigan. I was like, man, that just seems like everything's lining up here. And it did
Yes,
for
sir.
quite a while. So pretty
Well, I
awesome
believe,
to hear there's other Eagle towns. Sorry.
yes, sir. I was just going to say that, I'll just jump right in. You said, when did you come to Alaska? I said 1976. Well, I guess we all have a story, and I kind of thought about this one, and it's kind of autobiography or autobiographical, but mine has something to do with the Vietnam War. Kind of starts in that era. Um, my mother and my father, my mother was 14, almost 15 years old. They got together. He had just got out of boot camp to go to Vietnam. He was 19 years old, a little older, whatever. I can't judge, they got together. But I was the end product. He didn't know about me. My mom and my family didn't want to, they would take care of things themselves. Thank you. And I can respect that. But, getting to know my father as an adult, I can tell you he's a great guy. But that's kind of the circumstances were such that it was kind of the flower power era, 1969. I was born in 1970, but they got together in 69. And I just have to say that, my mom, she got into a little trouble. There was a little bit of trouble to get into at the time. And she was just a fun loving girl and a nice woman to boot. But I ended up in my grandmother's care, and gratefully and luckily. And my grandmother was a very independent woman, but she was raised by her grandmother, who was full-blooded German. So we're talking going back, into the last almost 1800s, as a matter of fact. So it's a complicated story. But when we go back that far, we find one of my great great grandfathers, and his name is Hans Sachs Tuxen. And it wasn't Tucson. I got that wrong. But anyway, he came to Alaska during the gold rush, 1898. It was a hype for it was such that maybe 95,000 people set out for the Klondike through various means and routes, and of which one of the more successful ones was the Chillicoot Trail. You might have seen a picture of like a line of men like going just up this mountain pass carrying. Well, they had to have 1 year's worth of provisions, so they had to actually go out, stake out their stuff, hide it, secure it, and then come back and get it and go kind of relay it along. So to make long story short, only about 6,500 people who set out of the 95,000 actually got gold, struck it rich or whatever you want to call it, hit pay dirt. And my grandfather was one of them. So the war is in the family. He came back to the Puget Sound area where he bought a 160-acre homestead, of which our family's deeded back the majority of it to the county, but of which maybe there's like 6 acres or so down on the water there that we kind of call, it isn't what we call it, but it's kind of the old people's place, the people who'd lived there originally, my aunt, my uncle. It kind of has some synergy there. I had an opportunity to once like stay in the boathouse that was there, and the boathouse is where a lot of the living went on, and it was very old. It burned down subsequently. So it was like this, when you go into an old red painted structure, that has the joinery of the past of your ancestors, milled perhaps from lumber from your own back 40. It's a good feeling. But subsequently, we have more roots in, I guess, in Alaska too. I'm just going to give this backstory and then I'll kind of relax on it. But one of my aunts, she was a nurse in Dutch Harbor, which is a little fishing village out there on the Aleutian chain. My other uncle was a merchant marine out near Kodiak, which is an island in southern area of Alaska. It's a big place. It's where they have the Kodiak brown bear. You've probably heard of them. The Alaska king Kodiak or the Alaska king crab comes from there. It's a vital industry of fishing that goes on between there, Gulf of Alaska, and the Bering Sea, and that's a part of our economy, and it's been a significant part of our heritage and whatnot. So, alas, my grandmother, coming from a little bit of a broken home of her own because Hans Sachs went back to Germany, and everybody else kind of, some things fluttered about in the family. People do what they got to do. Women sometimes have to pick up the pieces. She looked up to the idea of going to Alaska. She thought it was a plan. She was kind of a tomboy her whole life. So she went and bought, this is 1975, 76, 76. She bought a international travel 62 from the sheriff of Bakersfield. She bought a little 12 by 8 travel trailer, which is about as small of a travel trailer as you could possibly think of. 8 by 12, I think is what it was actually. She loaded me up in our possessions and we drove to Alaska. Straight up. Right up the road. Even when we got lost, we went off into Indian country and logging country there in Canada. Big adventure. But we got here in June of 76 to a town that was under siege by a boom. We actually pulled that little trailer into a space that used to be a drive-in movie theater, but it was a makeshift trailer park, and that place is suburban as can be now. It's all real estate. But we lived there, and we got our feet on the ground, and lived there about a year. She didn't ever get, like, you know, grandma's intention, I don't think, was ever to get hooked up with the pipeline, but she wanted to hook up on finding some rural country to live in, and she headed up, you know, the tracks that way, kind of like into woods and lands, kind of like yours there, probably, I imagine, Eagle.
Sad to see that drive-in turn into realist, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the mentality though. It's like, you know, I'm not going to criticize it, but it's like everybody was going for that big time. They thought they were going for gold again. It's another rush. And I, frankly, you know, I was just along for the ride, but I can tell you truthfully, when I left California, I was very sad because, you know, we lived in the San Joaquin Valley. It's a agricultural area. It's inland of the Bay Area, inland of Oakland. And we had a comfortable existence there. I mean, it wasn't like, you know, anything other than just suburban or middle class, but at least there was like all this space for me as a kid. You know, I had one of those little big wheels, you know, maybe, I don't know if you had a bike or something like that early on, but when I first got that big wheel, it was the 3-wheeled plastic trike. I wore the wheels off of it. I actually went across town. I explored. So I had kind of a little bit of a, even then I had a little bit of a shielded existence, I suppose, you know, guardian angel. I don't have a sad story. I mean, you know, I had good people around me. Um, did I make some mistakes in my life? Did I have adversity? I think so, but it's like this, it's not because of anybody else. And I've been blessed with mentors, teachers, uh, nurturers throughout my life. I'd say that the plant is one of them. So when we're talking about the herb, that's kind of where, yeah, my mom did herb. She was married to a Latino man with a 57 Chevy. They did whatever they wanted, but I didn't want to be there. So I went my way and they went their way. And what I'm saying is the culture is the culture. Um, you know, they used to, I think they probably mixed it with tobacco because they did smoke a little bit. They rolled their own, but there was always herb too. It was just funny because as a younger kid, you may not know exactly what's going on, even though you think you do. But by the time I was 7 and 8 in Alaska, years old in Alaska, I certainly knew what was up and knew I'd seen it before and all of that. But uh, yeah, maybe that's a good time to say, when was the first time you got to smoke some herb?
Most definitely a good lead-in right there. That's most definitely a good lead-in. So when was the first time? And
You know, truthfully, I'm going to say I was a deviant little kid. I did what I wanted to. And I smoked pot when I was 7 or 8. I guarantee when I was 8, but I'm pretty sure I did it when I was 7. I have a hard time differentiated between those 2 years because we lived on a creek up north of Anchorage, up in the Matanuska Valley. But it was a creek that was kind of a weekender paradise. People with airboats and jet boats and river boats would go up and down that river and go to their little cabins and once again do what they wanted to do. And one of those things was smoke some herb because that was the era of the MTF. Um, I knew of Matanuska Thunderfuck in 1977 in the deep heart of you know, the Matanuska Valley easily because it's like this. People wore shirts that said Marijuana Pickers Union, whatever, you know, 420 Matanuska Thunderfuck. You know, they had their own brand, they had their own culture, and it wasn't just the long hairs. It was like the guys, the river guys, you know, the Vietnam vets, the truckers who were bringing stuff up to the North Slope, you know, the guys who got up in Alaska from Oklahoma and just got lost and said, I like it here, you know? So it was like this, there's always room for one and there's room for all. But the point to me is simply, there were a lot of cool people and they were doing a lot of cool things. And I'll tell you, the first time I did smoke pot, I'll visit this because it's like it's a story in itself. I have a friend who he was a year or two older than me. His name was Lance, and another dude named Patrick was showing Lance his dad's hunting rifle, and it blew off about a quarter of his skull. All right, so Lance is special, right? He A, lived through this thing, and B, he wears a hockey cap, hockey helmet around to protect his skull that's not there, his little soft spot. So anyway, he has some brothers, and his mother May, and they're kind of a wild bunch, but he always seemed to have some herb every now and then. And we would go down. I remember the very first time it was by the boat launch. There's a little boat launch there, and both him and I had worked kind of as a boat boy. That means we got to ride around all day in this nice big jet boat with paying customers and make sure it's tidy and get the ride of our lives and maybe even get to catch a fish. So we were his boat boys. And this guy, Al, he was another really phenomenal person, which is like, kind of like when you're a kid, it seems like everybody's phenomenal, but I can tell you in retrospect, he's probably more phenomenal than I thought he was. And I'll tell you why. But hold on. So we smoke out of like one of those little chamber pipes, the ones that kind of like metal chamber pipes, you can screw them apart and you can put a little bed in the middle or whatever. And, as kids, even though we weren't always smoking, we were always high. I mean, that's the fact of the matter. The fact of the matter is the natural high is the one we're chasing for the rest of our lives. The kid high, the one where we ride our bike, we fucking go and just do a wheelie, we crash and burn, we end up in the mud puddle, we have to get hosed off, we get in trouble, whatever, you know what I mean, is like for breaking the bike. I'm just saying for me personally, those sensations are really similar. I mean, when you get heavy, or psychedelic weed, it seems insightful, and those sensations that you may have had from years gone by, and that can be your teen years, it can be your 20s or your 30s or 40s, or just smelling a certain weed can bring you back to then. But for me, it was like, next I saw the High Times magazine, like with Ted Nugent in it, with this little guitar shooting out little whatever it was, and I says, does Ted Nugget's guitar really shoot out fire? And my friend says to me, no. So I read the rest of the High Times magazine, and this is like, this is back in the days when they have hashish and cocaine and all that crazy stuff, but it's like this, it's all good. Next time I see somebody, they've got a BTO, that's Bachman Turner Overdrive album, the best of BTO, sit on its side. They've got a little pin through it. They've got a piece of hash on that pin, making a nice little smoky smoke right into a glass. And they're lifting that little jar, and they're just pulling it right into them. And it's like this, that hash was good. I'm going to let you respond with a cool remark.
Man, I miss those days, man. You're describing what sounds like an amazing day to me. Nice hash hits under the cup there. Beautiful sunny day, and some days just like that takes me back. I do miss. I do. I mean, I think you're onto something about trying to recreate that kid high there, as you called it there. Yeah, there's something to that. I think.
I am, as a 50-year-old man, trying to chase that, because it's like this. I'm too young to be jaded. Being jaded is no.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a lot of optimism and idealism to tap into, and I don't want to be caught down by the minutia of small, trivial fucky fucks. I mean, because it's like this. There's so much good out there that it's like the devil's led your hand in the wrong direction. You just say, fuck you, I'm going this way. I got an old person to go visit here. We're talking acts of kindness. That's kind of our motto, our creed in this club. If you're not on to it, then you should catch on. Um, it feels good to do for others and then keep doing. And it feels good to do without measure, to fill the need and then some till there's a surplus. And pretty soon, not one person has a surplus, but two or three people have it. It's not like you have to have a deficit. And, if I was ever to make that big kill garden, and I haven't really gone for broke because I've always had to hedge my bets. I have family, I have property, and I don't have a job, So this is my job. This is my life. I don't owe anybody a penny. Nobody owes me a penny. If they did, I just said, hey man, we're good. We're good. And because that's not the way it goes. And I heard somebody was asking about another person in the industry who had they had speculated somebody might have taken advantage of him, genetically, like taking his stuff and maybe marketed it to something else. And what he said is, I don't put myself in a position to be taken advantage of. And that settled that, so that there was no speculation. So in other words, there's plenty and there's enough.
It's good mentality. There can be enough. There could be enough if we all just had that mentality right there. We waste so much instead of looking out for others. It's sick. I mean, think about it. I mean, just in dinners alone, how much, uh, especially here in America, we scrape into the garbage that we could cut back and, make sure somebody else has, invite a friend over that could use it or something like that. But you're definitely right. So, do you remember exactly what was the first strain you smoked there? Or what you got in your hands on?
Yeah, here's the deal. I'm going to speculate that it was probably a sativa seeded. Sometimes you've heard of this. It's just wodo. It's weed of unknown origin. It is wodo. I don't remember the whole acronym actually. Somebody probably has it in the chat. But it's basically weed of wodo. I got it. Weed of dubious origin. Nobody knows.
I like the Mendo Dopes new strain kind of that hits them right about there. That what is it? None of your business. What are you smoking at? None of your business.
Amen. Amen. No, here's the deal. Here, have a hit. You tell me. I think here's the deal.
Yeah.
There was MTF, but it wasn't all the time. I'm sure of that. I wasn't buying it as a commodity or as a score. It was kind of like stuff that floated up on the beach occasionally and ended up in my mouth, and I, pulled it in. But here's the deal. The indica revolution came along, not too long after that. So you could say like by, in Alaska, I'm sure that they were pioneers with just about a lot of these things because people were very industrious up here with that type of thing. But I say where I could identify indica nuggets, that was probably like from here, 83 or something like that, So that can't be too far from other people's experience. But the people in Alaska, since it was kind of against the law elsewhere, as in the federal government, we all felt like it was legal because in 1975, Irwin Ravin, Ravin, he had a lawsuit against the state of Alaska, and it gave us our right to smoke and possess herb and cultivate it, and up to 25 plants, a certain amount for possession. I'm not sure if it was an ounce or whatever it was, but it was like maybe more than an ounce. I'm thinking it was more than an ounce. And so everybody felt kind of like they could do whatever they wanted. And these people were already like, maybe they did get out of the Vietnam thing, but maybe now they're into gold mining, or into commercial fishing, or into these things where you get moneyed up. You end up with a payday where you've got $20,000 in your pocket, or whatever, cash. Those guys like to buy cars. They like to vacation. They like to go to Mexico. You can imagine after freezing your ass off in Alaska, wanting to go to Hawaii, and those genetics came here pretty quickly, like they did everywhere else, but it was just a different type of person who was bringing them, I think. I can say one thing about the Hawaiian thing. I do have another story kind of that I think about from time to time because it represents something significant to me. I had a friend named Sean Fine. This is 1978. So I was 8 years old. He's another dude. He was, I'll call him a leprechaun because this guy is so lucky and so magical. I'm not even sure he existed. I still don't know if he existed to this day because he took me over to his dad had this trailer that was kind of had all of his stashes of things in it. It was a nice one. It was a cab over trailer or pullover, it was like a nice one. And it still had stuff that's like a bag of scuba gear from his dad from Hawaii. Well, Sean pulls out this bag of scuba gear and he opens it up and he pulls out a couple of vials of the tiny black seeds in these little cigar things. And I'm telling you, there, we're like that. I remember that moment like I saw a naked woman for the first time. I don't know why. They were good looking seeds. They probably like maybe were from Thailand or, from Hawaii or whatever. But, I'm so glad I got to see those seeds. And, because now, I mean, in this part of my life and earlier parts of my life, to find a vial like that of seeds would be considered the mother lode, that type of genetic. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just kind of like the purity of it was what was astounding because I knew those were from some land race. I knew that. But
so I didn't mean to cut you off. So I mean,
you're good.
When did you? It sounds like cannabis has always been one of those things that it sounds like you've been pretty passionate about it from the beginning. Is that the case? I mean, if you always kind of knew it had a medical or something to it. I mean, it's not like I said. It sounds like you've been pretty passionate about it from the get.
I was passionate about cannabis even when it wasn't at the center of my life because I knew it was like, kind of like, well, I don't see a bear every day, but, I do know that bears exist. And I really respect bears. Like eagle is your thing. Well, bear is my thing. I don't call myself bear. I'm like but if you know me and you can see how it would suit me. No big deal. But yeah, I was passionate about it. And I was actually one of those athletes too, So like I can say I smoked a little bit every now and then. Like had this girl who was a little older than me, who was kind of like a girlfriend, but we never really did anything. And it would have been kind of inappropriate had we, but it would have been fun because she was sexy. She smoked me out. She was like a waitress at this place that I live near where I work too sometimes. And there's a little cabin next to it. And I was like her smoking friend. So it was like this. I so much love that type of experience because it was like charged, good Northern Lights type of weed before Northern Lights was even a phrase. you know, like I'd say like, you know, 85 or something like that, 86, 85, 84 or something like that. And that there were some great experiences, but I'll tell you, when I did get into the sports, that endorphins, you know, the body produces hormones and releases them that deal with the pain and things like that, but they also create euphoria and they're addictive. They're kind of like an opiate. Um, those were what it was all about for me. It wasn't winning and losing. It was like getting into I was a bicycle racer, a runner, like cross country running, track and field, uh, a ski racer, a cross country ski racer, which is real demanding. In Alaska, it's super competitive because the kids all want to be in the Olympics. I kind of wanted to, on a bike. I thought I was invited to go to a camp when I was about 17 at the Olympic Training Center. So I got to go at least hang out with Olympians and future Olympians and world champions. And, you know, I'm really into Alaska. I was never willing in any way to even think about, like, you know, pursuing a goal or a dream like that when I realized that's what I had to do. So I have no regrets. You know, I had lots of fun. You know, the type of guys I was riding with were like Lance Armstrong type of guys. Some of them were pretty fucking fit. Some of them were pretty ruthless, obviously. Some of them were pretty smart. But you know what? The path I've taken is as gratifying as any path could be. So I can't complain about that. But I will say I was really into that as a kid, kind of obsessive. Then when I went to college, everything, like, you know, we can just go, you know, or before Christ or before college and after college. We'll just call BC. We're in the BC stage of things. I'm going to take a hit here.
Go ahead, please do. I've just finished rolling mine up. What are you smoking on after you hit that? Sure.
This is a crumbled lime, which is by Karma Genetics, and it's citron cookies, and it's there was a green phenotype and there was a purple phenotype, and I am just about out. And they were promo seeds, and I even had like two more, but I germinated them and one didn't germinate. So the point being is I might actually get a pack of these because it's that intriguing of a taste. It has that kind of spiciness to it. Anyway, point being, I really like the stuff. It's unique.
I like to have that unique smoke myself. I like something that everybody else doesn't have.
You know it.
Tonight.
Top. Oh, could you repeat that? I need to hear you say that one more time.
I said I'm smoking on some 6-shooter tonight. Empire Breeding Co. Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff.
Well, you know what? There's a guy out there, and he's in your chat occasionally, and you see him every night. He's cool as shit. Top four has grown the crumbled lime, and he bought a pack too. So, you know, it's special enough for Top Floor and Buddhaboy. let's keep it coming.
So what's the taste like? What's the terp profile?
Well, because it's that lime, you know, I'll talk about the green phenotype because it's like this. It's definitely got some lime, but it's got the spicy, like cilantro taste, or coriander. Like coriander, you know, like the seed for cilantro is like it's a spiciness that's really neat. And then see, I grew up kind of being opposed to cookies in general because I'm not a hype monster in life. I was kind of like a punk rocker growing up. So if you told me to go north, I would go south till I got to the North Pole. So, but I think that I read that Karma Genetics, Karma, the breeder, said that the citron cut of the cookies was an underrated one. And as I understand it, I listen to this guy because every time he says something like that, he's kind of pushing you into a direction. An example I can say, because I'm good at listening for details because I had to wait for those details to come to me out in the middle of nowhere. So when I, every interview I'd heard up to a certain point, I was like, crazy sensitive to it and receptive to it. So yeah, I was going to tell you another tip, but it's like this. I'm a little unfocused too. It's good stuff. Don't you like potent weed?
I love both. I love both. We were talking, Smiley asked that, I think it was Smiley or perhaps Redfield the other night, the wormhole, what's when you determine factors of something, is it, effect, trimmability, blood structure like that. Effect is like first and foremost. If it ain't good, on that first run, if I don't find something
Right.
in it, you can't dress up a trigger. You know what I mean? It's got to hit me or it's gone.
I agree. And the fact that we have the blessing to be able to actually grow it ourselves, to the standard that suits us, maybe it was like, I see you, the grow box worked out for you, right? Nice, vigorous growth, right? We all are learning, right?
A little quick on the mute button there. I love their boxes. They're doing pretty good up there on this second run over there in the minus hydro tent, and they're doing good. They're at second round. They don't show any kind of deficiencies. Reusing that same soil.
Oh,
Maybe a little bit lighter of the yield, but that's kind of unfair assessment because it's not the same strain and it's under a different light. You know what I mean? It went from them boxes being under in the 10,000 watt HPS to over there and
right.
LEDs different strain. So but I still love the setup. Just checking in that hole. It was good enough to be honest with you. It was good enough now that right at this moment, I would say 70% of the plants are in some type of soil medium switched over GoPro.
Excellent.
So, something to be said there.
I think that's fantastic, because it's like this. You know how it is, even if you have a system, sometimes there are ups and downs, because there are so many other factors outside of your quote system. But it's like this, when you can get something that takes care of so many variables with one, medium, container, methodology, and one that makes sense, that's not bunk or boof or buku. To me, it's like, that's important because it saves you time. And, no, I know you have people who are obligated to you, for medicine as a provider and things like that. So you want to have that at your highest standard. Whereas me, I'm a jackass. And if I screw up, it ain't going to be that bad. I'll just smoke it, right? I mean, come on, it's just for me anyway, pretty much. So, I mean, I look at it as a personal improvement project at this point, not as a gardening experiment. I mean, I've grown quite a lot of plants and I'm doing really bad at it at this moment. So it's like this. I'm just saying that there's nothing I can do about it. I can't change my personality because that is the limiting factor. If you want to get a lobotomy, perhaps, or like get a guru, like a guru who's going to tell you how to do your soil and all of that. But I just much rather listen to somebody like Smiley or, a lot of the cool people who come on the show. I'm receptive to anybody's ideas and experiences because it's like this. I've probably A, been there, B, done that, C, will do it again and again because it's like this. The reason I do the things I do is because I like to do them that way. And that way is kind of rugged and ragged. and it's not a beauty contest. But I do at a certain point take it personal, like if the thrips that I haven't seen in freaking 15 years attack my damn seedlings. And then it's like this, I'm such a Buddhist, and I'm going to say that in a funny way. I don't want to kill those damn thrips more than anything, really. I just want them to go away, you know? I mean, I can, like, kind of squeeze them with my thumbs and, well, I think I have some hemp soap over there. I'm going to get the hemp soap out and I'm going to spray them with hemp soap. I feel like such a doo-doo, but it's like this. Those are the things that you don't ask Smiley about because you just have to find out for yourself. So I'm just saying, on some things, my dears, you just got to open yourself up to perceive failure because it's all around you and it's going to take you over eventually. And here's the deal. The invisible failures are the ones you got to be afraid of, whatever those might be. So anyway, leave it at that. Enjoy your smoke though, and always be gracious and always be kind and always be truthful. Don't be afraid to tell the truth. If everybody told the truth, we'd be better off. There'd be no liars, right?
That's right. That's right. And there's nothing wrong with it. You know, it's funny. This is not even funny. I like kind of the coincidence that I was talking about earlier about the house lining up. I was running a little late to the show there, and I was kind of scurrying to get ready, and I grabbed a shirt and I pulled it up. I looked, and I was like, perfect shirt.
Awesome.
Perfect shirt for night. The smoking Buddha.
That's really cool.
Yes.
Well, we've been about 6 months since we really talked, like at Christmas. And, before that, we had our good friend Modern passed away. And I'm only going to say that because I'm putting into perspective the things that happened in our year, and which was not easy for anybody because he was a cool ass dude.
DOA, not Modern.
I didn't, no, not Modern. I totally, listen, guys, stop. I associate the two deeply because I got to know them at the same time, both equally at the same time. And then everything else. No, Modern's a hell of a guy. He's getting his place together, and he says hi to us every day. And just send him money, okay? Become an investor. But please, I'm sorry for saying that. That's embarrassing. But on honoring DOA meds, grow meds, that guy was cool as can be. And I saw some of his artwork on his site. There was it was just, how artwork can be prophetic. You kind of believe in the other worldliness of that type of vision. It looked to me like he was seeing the future, and he's a brave man. We all got it. I'm just saying this because it's like this. Hey, my mother died early in life, or she got started early and she left this planet early. My dad is still here. He's 70, 71, but he ain't going to be here forever. Me being 50, I still got kids, even babies. Basically, I've got to be here at least till I'm like 90, So, but personally, if it were up to me, probably, I'm a real simple guy. I could just, live very comfortably off the grid and all of that. And we live that type of lifestyle, but I still feel like, honestly, as a human being, that we have drive. We need drive, not necessarily ambition, but drive. And it's an instinct, and it kind of gives your life meaning. Sometimes it can be like, even if it's like, it doesn't have to be like the drive to succeed at all costs, but it has to be the type of drive that gets you to return to the same beautiful place on the way home, and get out of the car and go look at the sunset and maybe smoke half a joint, and I'm just saying that those small things that don't cost, if you're totally aware of the impermanence of life, you become sensitive to the details, more sensitive. You can slow time down. You can appreciate things more. And even when you make a mistake, you can be more inclined to kind of laugh it off. Not that, you know, you don't take yourself personal. I mean, serious. I take it personal. See me? I just said that. Take yourself serious. Everybody takes themselves serious. Everybody takes it personal. Don't you think that the next time that you're an asshole, that that person on the other side doesn't take it personal? And there's no excuse for it. That goes for me too. Anyway, that's like it is. So I don't know where that come from.
Sometimes I think we don't realize the impact that what we're doing in the current moment, how it will carry on in the future with some people that are involved. That's for sure. Man, I was slightly proud of myself today. I actually caught myself apologizing to some weeds. I had dragged out the weed whacker, and there, you know, there was a nice bunch, and I was like, "Oh man, I'm sorry, man."
You know
And
what?
I caught myself at the moment, and I like chuckled. I'm like, "Oh, you're doing all right."
That was not a temporary moment of insanity. That was a complete moment of enlightenment.
You know, it's a weird year. It's kind of, it's it's weird that the journey this year has been all of both in knowledge and spirituality. To be honest with you, how they've been intertwined. You know, I was kind of headed down the road of, you know, a new path in spirituality in the last couple of years. It is intensified greatly in the last year, and then the organics, the kind of door opened up, and then I kind of started realizing even more so the relationship we should have with the earth, microbes, and plants. And you know, I've been listening a lot lately to Dennis McKenna, and
Oh yeah.
yeah, I really believe he may be onto something that, you know, we're so out of place here. You know what I mean? I mean, if you look at things in the grander scheme, us you running around acting like we dominate everything, and everything else falls into this like synergy. Uh, I think there's no coincidence that, you know, cannabis, mushrooms, and stuff like that, plant-based medicines and whatnot, have kind of resurged to the forefront to kind of help remind us our place a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't think it's any kind of coincidence at all that, you know, it's they're telling us slow down. This is your last day. This is the flag. You know what I mean? It's I don't know, it's kind of weird, but cool.
Well, you live in the lap of nature too, right? I mean, you're kind of in a Michigan has its rural and you know, the deer or whatever. You have wildlife, flora and fauna, fish, all that stuff, right?
Yeah, there are deer running through my yard, morning turkeys, you name it around here. I think the village. I'm actually in the village. I don't even think there's, you know, 1,000 residents here in the
Okay.
village. So yeah, it's pretty
Nice.
small townish.
You know, rural is, I was just going to say quickly, rural is underrated. So, I mean, it's like this, you know, you seem like I hear your everyday, you know, kind of dialogue with the community, and it sounds like you get to reach out more times in a positive manner, or if you're in an awkward manner, perhaps it's a time for reflection or humor. You can just let it go. You know, I'm just saying there's going to be some of that weird shit, you know, but I think the quality of life when you live in a place like perhaps you're living has to be nice.
I tell you what, it's under you underutilized for sure. And I think this last year again has kind of reminded me, you know, that I do need to get out more, do a little bit of forest bathing. Shit, to be honest with you, I'm on night 2 of earthing. You know, I kind of been purposely kicking them shoes off and digging them feet into the soil there.
Great.
Looking at around me, checking some shit out. Today I actually call it what you want. Call it what you want, but I was actually I wandered around, kicking my feet through the dirt, and I found some cool stones and shit. I found this little cool guy here. Look,
Awesome.
it came out of the ground looking like that. You know what I mean? I did absolutely
That's way cool.
nothing to that.
Perfectly. That's
But
beautiful.
that was just running my feet through this and kind of just concentrating on what's before my feet. And and again, you know, call it what you want, the placebo effect or whatever. But the first night I tried it, I was pretty stressed. Pointing where I was like, I'm either gonna just put everything aside and meditate or do something to take my mind away from that situation. Or I'm like, well, why not try the earthing? And I actually, let's see, I was, I'm like, I know this is a little weird, but be interested in, hanging out and looking at stars, just putting your feet in the dirt, talking with me for a minute. She went outside. It was, I can't tell you how it did. It felt like it just like, and I mean, I don't know. I'll do the placebo effect or not. I got 15 minutes a day. I can put my feet in the dirt.
It's a great form of meditation. First of all, I mean, if you just took it on concrete terms, you're getting grounded, you're getting, the earth's flow of energy, the synergistic, what was it? The Dodge Hemi engine was pretty fast. So, your mind is faster, so you better tame it. So I studied, Buddhism a little bit with Tibetans when I could. Like sometimes Tibetan teachers would come to my town and have like a weekend or something like that. So I did that like 3 or 4 times. But now that I imagine what I just was envisioning them, I'll have to tell you a story. I think that I can't remember his name right off. It's Pyalden Gatso, I believe was his name. He was in a Chinese prison for 25 years. They took out all of his teeth and the various forms of torture and cruelty that the Chinese people could take out on this Tibetan monk and teacher. He wasn't a fancy man in any way. But when I met him, he was like 80, 82 years old, maybe. And he had the greatest smile because he could pull out his dentures and say, mankind took my teeth, but humanity gave me my teeth. And to him, the value of his teeth was not secondary. So he's a tough old man, and I got lucky to have met somebody like that.
Sounds like it, and I love people like that. As soon as you said it, I was like, man, that sounds like an awesome experience. You don't
Yeah,
meet or get to study from people. True Tibetan Buddhism like that doesn't come often. I would have hung and gathered.
That's right. It's humbling to me, for various reasons. Part of it is I'm a sensitive human, so it's like this. It teaches me, how to be a strong person in adversity. And I'd like to think that if somebody had been trying to fuck me over for 25, 26 years, and I still had a smile on my face, I'd be a hell of a man, wouldn't I? So anyway, that goes without saying. But when you do see it, it definitely reinforces that. And I believe I'm a true proponent of what I call modeling of behavior, and also role modeling. You know, like if you have a mentorship, you know, that type of thing. Because I had that type of thing growing up. I used to kind of say this when I was fairly young. I would say, you gravitate towards that which sustains you. And, you know, just like our plants, you know, if we can bring it into that realm, you know, the roots shoot out, you know, the florins, they get going, the auxins, they push up, you know, you end up with this whole system, which in the end basically can't be stopped. You know, it goes through its life cycle. And I guess to me, that's important to see. And when you do have people like, you know, like if you have somebody who says, oh yeah, you can go to the Olympic Training Center and just tell them you want to be uh, a world champion bike racer. And I was like, what? I'm just saying, because that's people do that. There's like, well, I went to that place, to that camp, and I was actually like right up at the front, you know, or among the guys who wanted to work hard. So to me, that always kind of gave me confidence in life that certain goals you don't have to pursue exactly if they defer other goals. And you know, I liked being able to go to college in northern Alaska, and I kind of like drove cab in a gritty town. I was a bit of a pariah and an outlaw in my little town, you know, and people, you know, I think they probably were glad to see me, you know, grow as a human. I'm sure of it, but as like this, I still feel like they're adversaries. It's just because I keep score. That's the one thing that everybody doesn't realize. Because I know it's not a game, but I know that some people think it is a game. I certainly know what the fucking score is, because if I'm playing a game, I'm not going to be like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and going to do a 3-point shot or a 2-point shot. Well, the 3-point shot gets you the game, and the 2-point shot doesn't. So if you don't know what the score is, you don't realize Kareem can do this big hook shot from fucking the moon, and there goes the basketball right into that hoop, and he got 3 fucking points with a hook shot called the sky hook, right? So I'm just saying, you got to keep score in this life. And but here's the deal: don't let anybody ever tell you what the fucking score is. They're full of shit if they start telling you what the score is. I guarantee you they don't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
So I can't see a little bit of parallels here. So you you just had a little Buddhaboy graduate and at this point in life, right? So is this the same advice that you pass on to looking back to many, you know, is the and congratulations, by the way. You talk
Oh
about
yeah,
honoring, you look like a hell of a job.
this is my fourth. This
Well,
is
it's journey.
Thanks for congratulating. I have 4 graduates. Uh, I'm proud of them all. I could list what they're all about, but you can just be certain that they're own people and they're intelligent and they have more drive than I do. Probably more ambition too. But they're allowed to live at my house, not my house. They're allowed to build their own house on my property, which is what 2 of my college students live in, one of those. And we live about, you know, a certain distance from a university. So, you know, I'm just saying I'm willing to support your goals, and as long as you have them. When you don't have goals, you need to hit the road and find some goals. And they don't, they're travelers and stuff like that too. And I'm just like, I'm more like an provincial. I'm the old man who doesn't want to leave his vineyard, you know, let the world come to me. And I'm all right with that. But I do kind of want to see, I'm curious, like, you know, I've been to Hawaii like 4 times, you know, and almost bought property there, and I always had a good synergy with the people and all that. But I just don't like to make things happen. You know, when it's time, and maybe that'll be in the future, I'll be, you know, having another place that I can reside in and it would be a blessing to be able to interact with the people and the culture and the elements in such an exotic place. But that's about the only place I could imagine like taking up roots for a period of time to even encounter, and because the people over there are so magical and believing, and there's a lot of nuttiness too, but it's like this that exists here, same exact nuttiness, but I think there's just kind of like in the, if we'll just say, like, I don't know much about the tarot deck, but in the tarot deck there's got to be some nutty, so maybe that's the jester or something like that. So you're going to have that shit. But when you hear people who like are so in touch with the elements and the land, it is transforming and it's somehow empowering. You can take that wherever you go in the world and harness it and learn from it, and maybe even teach it or embody it. And that's kind of what the power places, we're kind of talking about energy a little earlier. Well, some places are, really just knockout. Imagine this. Imagine we're over in Hawaii right now, and one of the people in the chat, there's some nice guys from Hawaii in the chat, took us out to, see the sunset. And when the sun goes down, like if you're looking over towards Maui from the Big Island, there's this thing that you can see. It's called the green flash. And it's just like, but you can just rarely see it. It's just this phenomenon. So I'm just saying there are things in the world that, I like nature. I guess that's what I'm all about, being an Alaskan guy. Says the eagle left. I'm going to wait here and just talk. All right. Well, guys, that would be a good time to get up and stretch the legs and take a bong hit and freaking, just chill. I'm assuming that the feed is still going. There he is. All right, so it looks like Eagle's in front of his thing. And he's looking at his computer. And there's his really bright garden. Holy shit. That's brighter than the sun. Oh, I see the eagle again. I'm not getting any audio from you. I'm gonna get my other phone and see if I can see what's going on through the chat. I think that's what I should do. So Eagle, are you talking? Is it actually?
There you go. Now you can hear me.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
okay.
Yeah,
that was probably a little shop of horrors if any of that was broadcast, but I apologize. I didn't freak out too badly. Oh, no, you're totally out again.
On my end.
Okay, you're good.
Yeah, everything just shut off and then came right back on. And I grabbed my phone. I'm on my phone right at the second. I'm waiting for my computer.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Well, we can cope and deal. Live. I think that's part of the, yeah. I'll just have a bong hit and hope the chat and everybody's doing good out there. enjoying themselves.
You can still grab that second device if you'd like to, if you want to see
Oh
Jack.
yeah, that's a good idea.
No
That's a good idea.
worries. They've been enjoying it so far. I've been kind of keeping an eye on. I know it looks kind of rude. I always hate, you know, I don't hate, but I feel guilty communicate with chat when I'm talking with somebody because
Oh,
and I always wonder if it were me on the other end. I would be like, man, is he even paying attention? Look at him. So I forgot to even say that. I usually say that before a show. If you see me kind of just wandering about, I'm trying to prepare a chat and all that.
well, here's the deal. I certainly grateful to be able to reach out to the community and just express some of my thanks and gratitude for friendship and camaraderie, and even some of the competitive impulses that we have. We all run together, we all run fast. I'm all right with that. um, I'd just like to see, this is what I'd like to see for the group as a whole. It's just people realize some of their dreams and their potential. So, I know that it's a lot of people's heart. Maybe they want to breed a seed or something like that. Well, don't let anybody tell you not to. You just do that, and you find out how to do it in your best manner, and you get your best genetics, and you make your best selections, and you're going to have the shit too. Don't let anybody tell you any different. So that's kind of where I'm coming from in my life. I have some goals, and one of them is simply to just like get to know the genetics better. uh I've grown, it was my goal to grow as many different types of plants within a certain realm of reason, and that's my taste and what I have uh in the past, because I couldn't go buy any of those. I couldn't buy any strawberry cough times uh chem dog. I had to source that. But when I tasted that, man, I think, geez, chem dog with the strawberries, geez, if I ever get a good strawberry and a good chem dog, you can be damn certain I'm going to put those together. Yes, sir. So I'm just saying, sometimes you can at least narrow things down from your experience and your taste to say, well, I do have a little bit of experience. I've encountered this. I'm not just like making something up. So I'm gonna make my first F1s this summer. I got, maybe a certain number of plants to pick from, but my problem gets to be always that I want to plant everything, and then I have too many cultivars and not enough maybe phenotypes from each of those cultivars, because we're limited on how many plants we can actually have and not feel like we're somehow being some type of mastermind, some botanical mastermind, you know? So, and that's what I am. I'm a botanical mastermind, but so are you. I'm just trying to encourage people to pursue whatever it is. But I think a lot of people in this group have a lot to contribute to the genetics game. And I know that nobody's going to believe me who, like, I know what Eagle has said in the past, but I think he would agree, as a tool of self-exploration and self-sufficiency, and maybe something that could, like, if you did come across something magical, could change your life. I think that's a pretty good thing to do while you're creating good medicine.
Changing life there. When did actually, you kind of briefly touch on it, when did growing come into the scene of things? When was the first time you grew? What was that like?
Well, I'll tell you, kind of the scenario was when my $100 bill couldn't even get me a bag of weed. I mean, come on, that's bullshit. I was like at a certain point in my town or my situation, wherever I was. But beyond that, I'd been exposed to growing here and there. And I even say that one of my best influences grew the Northern Lights 5 by Hayes, and I got to smoke that regularly and observe the culture of the grow room, year in and year out with him. But that's not really growing. So I ended up one summer helping this man move. He was a African American man, and he had been a ivory carver and artist up in, I think it was Kotzebue, which is very rural Alaska on the coast. It's like, where Inupiat Eskimo live. And he had been married to a native woman, I believe. And anyway, his life had come, had its ups and downs, but it's like this. He'd been living kind of small and as a bachelor and kind of set in his ways, so to speak. And he was going to move back to Alabama because his sister inherited some property. And along the way, he gave me some bag seed. And Lawrence gave me this bag seed, and I took 12 of these bag seed, of which some were like bird seed, I'm pretty sure. But I put them in 12 little containers and all of this. And I was working seasonally in a place out in another part of Alaska. So I told my friend to water these little seedlings. And of course he didn't water them. And I was gone maybe 13 days, but there was this one plant, this one seedling that somehow mysteriously, amazingly was alive. And I grew that out with a CFL. I budded it under a CFL. I mean, I got like 40 grams of shit that had so much fertilizer in it that it practically sparkled. It burned black. It was really bad. I mean, it was really bad. And, but I did get things underway. And actually, no, it's hard to think. I think I grew another seed from that another time, and that plant produced 80 grams. And that was an epic plant for me. I was like, man, I just produced an 80-gram plant off of that bag seed. But soon, not too long after then, I'm looking through the damn high times, and I know, like, I'm begging people for bag seed. I'm like, man, I'm going to open this program where if you give me your bag seed, I'll give you some other bag seed. So we'll have like a little cooperative here. So you just get me your bag seed. That wasn't going to happen. So I saw seeds for sale. And when I saw seeds for sale, I knew like you could get the Dutch seeds back in the early 90s, but I didn't know you could get stuff. So that became like, that might have been 13 years, something like that. I haven't really counted in the sense of that, but it's been going solid since, and pretty much 24/7 if I've got a plant. A couple of times I've messed up, so I didn't even have stuff in the bedroom, but that happens. But in that time though, I hesitate to say my experience with cultivars because I actually have a broad range. I just don't. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. It's kind of like everybody has a broad range of experience with cultivars. But there's a million I haven't tried, especially of the kind of, we're going to say, trendy variety, and that's not in any way really saying anything bad about them, because the plant is not bad, first of all, and second of all, there's some amazing stuff that's being produced today that was not being produced in the past, and there's amazing stuff from the past that's not being produced now. Humbly speaking, I think I have the skills to learn to grow most of it. Not saying like I have 120 days under my belt, but I've done 100-day plants, and I've done, I kind of may be a little picky, like I will say this. When I do come across a breeder that I like, like you guys all got along with Subcool, you had simpatico and relationships with them, business dealings as well. I like to run gear of the same person after I get their trust, or I see eye to eye with kind of the style. I feel like I'm learning something from this. And so I would say like company like Rare Dankness, they're a really great company. Everybody knows it, Ghost Train, all of that stuff. That Leroy, all that stuff. But maybe I did like 8 or 9 of their cultivars. Maybe DNA. Well, they've been around for a long time and they've done a lot of strains, so I've done more of them. And I've gotten freebies and stuff like that. And I did that too. I would like go, when am I going to make my order? It's when I'm going to get the best promos offered at me. And so I'd go for the time when I'd get, like, for $225 I scored 60 seeds, or for $325 I got 70 seeds, because somebody threw in a full pack, or whatever. But, or maybe a mix. I'm just saying, I learned to play that game, and I'm kind of glad I did, but it was no substitute for the culture, I guess. So where I'm from, everybody still keeps to themselves. Unless you want to do something commercial, you want something to do, like, you want to play the game, you're not going to go talking to them, and you're not going to be talking to them like that and about that, because you probably know more about it than they do. So if you're the man, then be a man. What I mean is, do your homework. I've been doing my homework for 15 years about genetics, the genetics that are available, not, genetic, not the genetics. And I think you owe it to yourself, or one would owe it to themselves, to know what's out there before they just jumped in. And like I say, no, I haven't tried wedding cake, but I've tried ChemDog. I can find these things that are, within these things that I know what they are. And when I try it, I'll be like, I even gave my son a wedding cake seed because it was a feminized seed, and I don't want to grow it. Anyway, I'm just saying that we make our choices. I try to think of things as this way. Right now, I look at my grow. I call it a lifelong pheno hunt. Lifelong pheno hunter. I'm looking for that one that sticks out in my life, that's like my wife, who wanted to marry me 24 years later. We're together still. That's just one. You can maybe have a couple, if you want. You could even marry sisters, for all I care. But it's going to come with its own implications. So I feel like I've seen some of the crosses that people in our community are making. Smiley, Dow, a number of people. I really respect the fact that they're doing it, they're establishing lines, they're trying to do the right thing, they're learning, they're sharing. I mean, that to me has integrity. And it's like this: I've had enough marginal success at certain things in life to know that if you do your homework, and you do work hard, and you do have a dream, a realistic one, I'm just saying, there's a place for you at the table. You may not, sell everything you've ever created, but you'll come up with a place at the table. And I think that's cool. That's all I'm saying. So I'm supporting the community, and I'm a little impressed with what I've seen so far. The willingness within our amateur or hobbyist group to share with one another, when people in professional communities have a difficult time doing that themselves. So that's just what I think.
Yeah, I appreciate you being. I appreciate you throwing your head in tonight more than you know. Especially, it has helped me, get a little time to get things back rolling. Uh, Man, I was a little leery coming back, getting things lined up. I still got to work on things, but you and a few other great folks in the community, helped buy me a couple of days. That's for sure. Donating your time right off the bat without me having to track somebody down. You're like, I got you, brother. I got you. I got you. And that means a lot.
The main thing I'm going to say in response to that is, it's a good time. I'm like everybody else. I have my ups and downs. But my life would be less if I didn't have people in this community to either react to positively or react to negatively. It don't matter. But it's like this. I hope, for my goodness sake, that it's a positive thing, because I think about things for years. And thirdly, I just try to keep it humble. It's not a pissing contest, you know. I mean, nobody can walk in anybody else's shoes. It's hard to understand that, you know, the guy who's an a-hole, that he's in pain or whatever. I'm just saying, you know, we're all in pain, first of all, but it's hard to understand what the impetus is. But you know that even the people who you have a hard time getting along with, occasionally you do find ways to communicate and have common ground. And I do think that this cannabis community heals a lot of those barriers or obstructions. And because it's a psychoactive drug, it is also a psychotherapeutic drug. And, you know, the medical community addresses a lot of things, but they have a hard time saying, you know, this is going to help you with your depression. I'm just saying, it seems like it's a no-brainer. You know, people smoke weed and they feel a little better. Sometimes they feel a lot better. Sometimes they just go clean their room. You know, that's just, you know, whatever it takes. But I'm just saying that it's all medicinal. That's a good way to keep it humble. You know, you look at people who are in need in this, you know, people who can't breathe, the children, all that stuff. I have a couple of subscribers who work with those kids and stuff. And, you know, when I see somebody smiling and they got their arm over the guy next to them, and, you know, you can see what a difference it's making to them, it makes me want to create some medicine, even if it's just for my family or for my lady I know whose cancer is in remission. You know, I can give her some THC dope every once in a while, but it's like this, I'd like to give her some real stuff that makes her, you know, live longer. So anyway, that's what I think about that. And I think that in our community, though, the people like Johnny Caniseed, you know, he's come into this game, you know, fairly recently, but he does the work of 10 brothers, 10 men, as far as his productivity and his willingness to contribute and his flexibility. I'm just saying that, to me, people like that make a difference in my world. So the challenge is to A, how can I make a difference in other people's world? B, how can we be respectful in this community and not be over flooded by who cares? I'm, you know, I would mention certain political events, but I'm gonna not even mention it, just to make this a free experience of that. Our relationship transcends politics. That's all I'm trying to say. And that goes for all of us and all points of view. And it's like this, you don't have to be on one side or the other, honestly. Just be respectful, and don't force your views on other people. It's not nice. So what are you doing?
I am fixing to roll up another one of these 6-shooter joints and hang out with a great guy from the community.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you who else is a nice
But
guy, and we all know.
before we get too far into American One, wanted me to remind you one more time to get that other device up so you can see what they're saying in chat. Because
Oh, okay, I'll try to do that. I'm I'm not sure how good at this I am, but I can try. Yeah, Tao has been a friend in need, because he's one of those guys who every time he says hi, and he says hi every time, He says it in a way that makes you feel good about yourself. Because, frankly, it's not easy being a superhero. Sometimes, you don't feel so hot. But Dow, when I see him, he lights my fire. So I have a lot of respect for him, and he makes good seeds. And he's a little bit of a perfectionist. So I think that he's going to learn a lot in this period of his life, and he's going to excel, and then he's going to accelerate. So that's my prediction for our good friend Dow.
Definitely good cat, that's for sure. Always enjoys one of the diehards. He's been involved, been part of the show now from practically the beginning, or at least 15, I think 15 for sure. He's been a weed there for a long time, but he's been hanging out pretty tough since 15. One of the diehards. He's been involved.
He has my respect, and I remember the day that he unmasked, literally like showed who he was. And guys, whoever doesn't know, that guy looks like surfer guy Ken, Barbie and Ken. So I have to assume that he's a high roller, and he just blesses us every now and then. His feet barely touch the ground, but you know what? He is one damn fine specimen of a human.
I still don't think it was him. I think that was a Halloween ruse, to be honest with you. I still think it's fucking, he's Van Diesel, and he just, think about it. When did he face, or show the face there? Halloween, a time to put a mask on, right? So would it to be to just like have a buddy sit in a chair or something and just talk, off camera. You got to see my face. No, you did. I still think it's Van Diesel. I think he's still pulling, like you said, pulling the wool over eyes. There, he's a great person, but not totally revealed.
Well, he's a hell of a guy, and here's the deal. If I could shout out each and every person here that I kind of know, and those that I know a little bit better, and those who I know a little bit better, I will not hold back on the praise, because it's like this. I truly believe that people do not receive enough praise in this world. And it's like this. To be grateful is to be able to share that gratitude, and to be able to see that in another person, to me, is ideal, but it's free. So, give it a go. I'm going to have a bowl here too. Everybody, it's not 420, but we can all have a.
Cheers, Buddha.
Right on. I'll tell you the truth. I did have a little bit of anxiety about the show, because like most people decide to go on the show a few days before, or they get a contact or something like that. But really, honestly, I thought about the show for 6 months, because that's kind of when we first had talked about it, and I made myself receptive to it. But here's the deal. Truthfully, I'm not the same person I was 6 months ago, and neither is the outside. 6 months ago, it was -20 outside. Right now, it's probably about 70, 68. It's cooling off. It's not entirely warm, but it is getting to the point where we have 19 or 20 hours of daylight, probably 20 hours of daylight, what they consider daylight. So that means essentially it doesn't get dark out. And that to me is going to be a challenge, because when this is what I want to do. And this is kind of a weird thing to say, but it's true. I'm not really into autoflower, or ruderalis as we always knew it, Siberian ditchweed. But it's my idea that since I live in this latitude, here at 200 miles beneath the Arctic Circle, when we get all this light, I want to select through regular seeds for plants that exhibit autoflower tendencies and breed with them and see if I can get it to stick. Because I kind of like the old regs, and I don't know. I think it exists in the genetic too on that level. So if anybody has any ideas about that, let me know, because I'll be studying this for the next 30 years. And it's just one thing that makes sense. It doesn't make sense. It costs so much to heat in a room here, heat the room when the electric's off. I mean, when the lights are off. It's just I pay a lot of money to grow weed. I mean, everybody does, but I'm just saying, I didn't get rich. Hey, I didn't get rich. um, just to talk in a way that's respectful. I see there may be other Alaskans out there. Hey, hats off to all Alaskans. If there's any Alaskans, yo, um, we're all keep to ourselves, and but they're great people, and the genetics up here, I think, in the woodwork, so to speak, are really amazing. It's not just Matanuska Thunderfuck, or there are versions of blueberry. There's all the stuff, regional versions of a lot of things that have existed for a long time, hash plants, things like that, old school. Um, Sometimes everybody remembers like what we called tange. Tange was this tangerine, skunky little weed that you guys probably smoked too, but it didn't really get you that high. So it's kind of funny, but you'd wait for that tange. Or, when I was younger, I thought that I thought that there was a Northern Lights blueberry, like it was a big strain, but it was probably just a cross. I didn't really understand that. I was like, oh yeah, the Northern Lights blueberry, that's a cool strain. So I'm just saying, there's uh when I worked in the cab business, everybody knows a plant named Elvis. There's a Elvis plant. Well, Elvis was the stuff that killed Elvis. Everybody probably smoked something like that. Well, anyway, that stuff made a guy, his rent. That's what that stuff did. That stuff made a guy his rent. So what I call that era, and what I've called the style of uh, attitude, is subsistence growing. And what that consists of, first of all, is paying your electric bill. Okay. And then secondly, maybe getting your kids some shoes. And then thirdly, putting some food on the table that isn't limited in, its nutritional value and things like that. And paying for oil, heating oil. Heating oil was $4.35 a gallon for a while there. It's not hard to have a electric bill over $500 if you're not watching it. So I'm just saying, that's a lot of money to come up with cash and carry. I don't owe anybody anything. I don't put anything on the credit card. I'm just saying, there's, if you saw, we build here, we're building another structure. We just did some dirt work. Well, you know where that came from? That came from our stimulus money. I finished a house with the stimulus money. That's what I'll say at the end of the summer. Couldn't have done it without it. So I'm grateful, because I'm not going to go to no bank. It'll take 10 years to build this house for all I care, but it's ours. We pay our taxes, property tax, things like that. But all I'm talking about is the facts of life, of self-sufficiency. So when you have weed in your life, it's subsistence grow. It has to pay its way, either spiritually or, whatever. It's gotta have it's not just, and here's the deal. If you have any interest in genetic potential or anything like that, or doing any pheno hunts, I suggest you don't count your plants, because there's something called the exponential growth model, and you take 2 clones this time, and dot dot dot, and then you got 20 different cultivars already, and then you don't know how many are male or female, and dot dot dot, and there's even there's what I mean. It just goes on and on and on. So I weigh out all of those things, kind of like a risk assessment or a an impact statement when I do anything. Why, you may ask? Well, because I've got a little bit on the line and all of it is mine. Anyway, I'm a serious person, but and I'm not prone to kissing ass. I'm not being like funny about it either. It's like this one thing, you will, if you know me, I don't kiss ass. No, I mean, I'll kiss my wife's ass, you know, gladly. But the point being is that I don't want to hear about no cryptocurrency, you know? That's got nothing to do with me. I couldn't give a fuck. I'm serious. Get real. Read a book. I'm not. Those things make me feel antisocial. Those attitudes, those insecurities that you can feel in life. So I do have strong defenses towards them. But it's like this. It's not that I just say that be careful, because it's like this. Freedom is not something that you want to gamble with, and freedom is not just a jingo. I'm just saying, it's not a phrase. Freedom is living without fear. That's about it.
And that, that's one of the things. I haven't never been rich from cannabis, but do I get to live a life that I of gratitude because of it? Hells yeah. Any day that I am out busting my back, you know, making the same living that I could possibly make. And I don't, I said that today. I live a farmer's life, just like a farmer. I budget shit. There's ups and downs. You never know when fucking things are going to go haywire or whatever. But it's a price you pay to wake up and just be able to take 5 minutes, 10 minutes, put your feet in the dirt before you take off, plan your day, not have to rush. Uh, I'm very grateful for cannabis in that aspect, being able to take care of others and just live a fulfilled life. It's not the only thing I do. Obviously, I still work, but you know, has cannabis made my life a lot easier or throughout my journey? Hell yeah, hell yeah. I owe a lot to this plant in a lot of ways. Not just for that, but as a get me by medicine to help others. That's another thing too. I talked to a doctor today who I'm doing some work for, who's very open to cannabis. It's been kind of cool to speak with a physician that is open to cannabis. But that's the thing. I was arguing that it's a great medicine and it helps out people on so many levels. I will fight and argue for it as long as I can. And she sat there and listened and smiled and was very open to everything I had to say and was very agreeing. And that's the thing. That's actually the second doctor that I've come across lately that has been just bright-eyed, bushy-tailed about the whole subject of cannabis.
So awesome. That is so good to hear. And here's the deal. I will tell you the truth of the matter. I always felt like the herb that I grew and has always been grown with the intention of being medical marijuana, medicinal. And I haven't had the privilege or the honor to be able to, work in a capacity in which I could distribute such medicines. It's not that they don't exist, but I think that the best thing to do is to since, a um I do know a lady who is, like I said, recovered from cancer, and it's been, maybe 6 months since I actually hooked her up with an ounce. Well, here's the deal. I've got these tiny little buds, the smallest buds I ever grew in my life, because I had this plant that I got all the. Okay, here's some news. First of all, tell everybody. You can over fertilize with organics, just in case you didn't know. Of course, you know that. You guys have never done such a thing. Well, I had some lockout on these little things, and here's the deal: I had too much stock, so I kind of kept pushing stuff back. And well, anyway, I had these things for over 6 months, and it was like, before, I was trying to bring them back, so they get into a nice vegetative state. And two of the plants from that little group, and this is no surprise in any way, it was like, dude, I would just give up life if I'd gone through that. Well, they got the tiny, smallest buds I've ever grown, and a lot of them. So what I'll do, and it's nothing personal, but it's like this. I'll just take all of those, cure them nicely, clean them up, give them to this lady, and she'll love them. And I'm just saying that's just an everyday thing, anybody, I'm not saying a big deal, but that's how the inclination that I feel. And when I feel kind of like called by my conscience, then I usually do things. And I honestly, if I was like, one of those Robin Hood type of characters, I just love nothing more than to grow on a hillside and give it all away, all time, all day. But I just think that, well, after a while, everybody'd have a lot, wouldn't they? But I'm just saying that would be gratifying.
I think I vision that with every friggin' lottery ticket I purchase. Honestly, I
There
had
you go.
that vision. I've
You
said
know
that
what?
before. This was like probably 5 years ago. I'm sitting in. We were talking about uh, medical cannabis, and we were talking. We've seen the recreational side of things and how the system was going to tighten up and possibly eliminate us caregivers, much like they're trying to do nowadays. And he was like, "Man, I think I'm gonna jump now."
Oh
Business
man.
is good. I'm grateful. I made my money. I think it could be possibly a time to tap out. I'm like, really? Really? He's like, what would you do? I'm like, dude, if I could come across the cash, I would put up a greenhouse and I would grow as much shit as I could, and I would give away all of it. And I seriously would. If I could just live the same shit I do right now and fucking be
Yes,
able to
sir.
do that on a daily basis, and do what I want, done. Done. You know
Right.
what I mean? Uh, and happily,
Well,
happily, I would.
well, there's a tradition in Southeast Alaska, and what we're going to call it, we'll say there are several Southeast Alaskan indigenous tribes, but we'll just say the Tlingit or the Haida. They're the further north group of. They're the kind who do the carvings and things like that. And what they do is traditionally there was a potlatch, and a potlatch was a giving away. It was a gifting ceremony. It was where the chief or whomever it was, but I think it was usually an on somebody of high position. At least it was a status thing to do this. They gave away cedar box blankets, certain blankets that were beaded. They gave away canoe. They gave away this. They gave away that. And basically, the person who gave the most was the most honorable man. So when you had a potlatch, it was a big deal. It was a redistribution of wealth, a lot of things. I don't know all about it, but as like this, I am aware of it. And they do have, parties like that. Party, actually, even in other tribal distinctions throughout Alaska, where in honor or memorial of a elder or a youth or somebody who passed, certain ceremonies and activities take place. It may be simply having a dance and some bingo at the bingo hall, and with other community events, but it is a formal, sometimes a grieving process, sometimes, all of that.
So I've never asked this question. What has had the greatest impact on you? And would it be cannabis community cultivation or use?
Well, for a long time, I think I was, kind of just a stoner, but it wasn't. I was just a stoner. I was this madman who drove a taxi cab at 100 miles an hour across town, 225 miles each night, and didn't get his ass beat up by bikers, things like that. So, in other words, whatever kind of energy it takes to keep you moving through the fog, you just go with it. And I wasn't a substance abuser, per se, so a little bit of weed and a little bit of caffeine and my natural disposition towards adrenaline and hypomania was such that, it was just a perfect fit. And, the very first times, of course, I've had access to some wonderful weed, that healed me, that helped, keen my senses, perk my perception, heal my mind, and allow me to move forward. But the way I look at it is it's kind of like what they used to call something like hunter's magic. The primal ideas. You said you studied McKenna a little bit and these things. Well, the point is, maybe in the past they took the mushroom. Maybe in the past, they took the tobacco. Maybe in the past they took the whole the soma, or there's all these great words for this nectar of the gods that we're looking for in consciousness. In the Bible, I think that there's Chris Bennett. He's the guy who talks about the history of cannabis, and he calls it cannabosum. That's the ancient oil, the healing herb, that could have been imbibed by priests in their little tents, prayer tents, kind of like get their head in there and just kind of like, oh boy. So the point being is that the spiritual aspect, now that we work through the whole question, I think the spiritual aspect of cannabis is what attracted me to it, because I don't have to go entirely crazy. I don't have to go to a monastery. I can just go to my home and grow the best herb that I have and get in tune. And it turns you on to things like reggae music. Everybody can be like, oh yeah, Bob Marley, Buffalo Soldier. Yeah, man. Well, here's the deal. It's a huge culture. There's history. There's an affinity for spirit. There's a righteous living if you're into like, ITEL lifestyle, being vegan, or there's ideology, Pan-Africanism, going back to Africa. I'm just saying even cannabis has its set of mythologies. And, they're finding that, of course, Buddhism, they find the monk's little chalice and it has the hashish in it, the temple ball, and they try it, how many thousand years later, a long time ago. And then they say, shit, this shit is good. This is hash. And, you think, well, that Buddhist monk might've just liked that hash. And then there's bong, the drink in India, that's the yogurt like with the cannabis in it, and people drink a whole bunch of it, to the point where they can. I heard this. I'm actually repeating this. This is actually somebody else's line of thought, but they said they drink it so often, or a certain amount, and then they put them in a cave till they have a vision, from this cannabis drink. So it's just like, imagine taking that 1,000 milligram edible, and somehow your body's just tuned into that day, and then suddenly you're just on this big huge fucking death trip. I'm just saying, or whatever, but I mean anxiety trip. I'm just saying that's what I think of when I think of overdoing that type of thing. But same with mushrooms even. But it's like all I'm saying is that it had to have been the fact that it's a minor hallucinogen, definitely a I think it's called entheogen or something like that. It's like creates spiritual states. So I know that sounds ridiculous, guys. I like ChemDog too.
No, I believe it does have a huge, huge, huge place in spirituality. No doubt, no doubt, that's for sure. And as far as seeing the visions, I would like to. I would try like a cannabis like DMT kind of cocktail like that. That would
Yeah,
be pretty awesome. Uh,
I would too. Let's find out where it is
it,
and what it is, because it's got to be good. And imagine the goddess just comes right into you. You become her. It's just like a union of the Shakti or whatever, the Kundalini, and then you fucking have like some type of eruption, and then you have the Nirvana. I'm just being crazy, but it's like, in fact, go ahead.
Mr. Red Pill 710 sent me a link about a month or so back about psychedelic honey and it was the same
Oh,
thing. It was right along the lines of like a DMT kind of hallucinate. The journey alone, just get it, what I mean, harvest it and all of that, and it's kind of like the same kind of journey you would take with the traveling to take proper DMT, which would be awesome. Go to like Peru or some shit like that. Just do it right. But I thought, man, that'd be so freaking awesome to just the experience. Go harvest it. It was crazy what they did.
I can't even imagine it, honestly, from like a person who like isn't sensitive to nature. Like I've got a bee over there, or it's a hornet or something. He's been under the light for like 3 days, and I asked my wife, and he isn't bugging nobody, but it's like, and here's the deal. I'm not like a purist or anything, but it's like I just think it would be so beautiful to ingest honey that was gathered by bees that had some type of consciousness enhancing quality, that it would be like the most pure sacrament that one could think of. I mean, it could be amazing. It has to be,
I think
because bees are amazing.
I I think you'll see some type of, I'm sure there's some out there already, like uh, honey infused THC, but I think eventually you'll see, just like it's something that we're talking about, naturally gathered, right? You know what I mean? A hive set right in the middle of a big row, and it just gathering it off the flowers, making the honey off it like that would be just that would pretty. I would think that would be pretty hallucinogenic because it would be all you know young trichomes being gathered at the
It
all throughout the process. It would be, I think
there was,
that would be pretty.
simply stated, there was we've all heard of it before, the Greek gods say ambrosia, and that's what it sounds like. It sounds like something as exotic, something like a deity could have even come across and gotten whacked and started his own religion, and had 1,700 children and then fought 16 wars and dot dot dot. But that's pretty funny. Well, I guess that one of my favorite people out there, and somebody who I actually think has influenced me a bit on this stage of my life from our community, and this is going to be odd. It's not odd. Um, the Stu Moo. Stu Moo simply, like, kind of took my hand in a couple of directions, because we kind of were both kind of like out there in left field just a tad bit. And what I mean is we're friends. And he got me to start my Instagram, and which is fun for me because I like I like weed and I do like photos of weed, and I actually studied photography a little bit, but it's like this, the challenge is just to look at the plant in a different manner and to make it a regular part of your process, so you're actually looking at your plants while you're taking pictures of them, and then it's actually like a study. It's like, you know, akin to a botanical person sketching out pictures of flowers and things like that, you know, like they used to do. So I really enjoy that. And then secondly was just simply the Discord, uh, which I've gotten to participate with Lemon Hoko's group periodically. And you know, you've got to step outside of your comfort zone, whatever that may be. And if you feel like one step is too many, well, we're not talking baby steps like that one movie, but we're talking about then just make a half a step. I'm just saying, because that step is so essential to your personal growth that you don't even know what's going to come back at you, but you've got to feel that it's worth participating, and that the active process of participating, uh, it can be transformative. I'm just saying it helped me a little bit, because if you're on your own too much, too often, at certain times of your life, you can be a little isolated. And, you know, if you're one who's used to kind of like, you know, being in control of things in your world and your situation, then who are you going to answer to? So you got to answer to somebody. So why not answer to some nice people? Hold yourself accountable. If you do make an ass of yourself, just go back and iron it out. Time heals. This is virtual, but it's not virtual reality. I'm just saying that everybody here is willing to give everybody else a second chance. You can't say all you're doing is you're doing words in here, but it's like this: words have consequences. So that's what I studied in school. I studied English, that's writing, and literature, and philosophy, and I liked Eastern philosophy. So after 10 years of going to college for a 4-year degree, I did get a degree in English from my state school, and I paid off my student loan too.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Have you done it? Have you done put forth anything with it?
No, no, it's I don't think I would ever make. You have to get an advanced degree to teach English, but the one probably thing that I didn't hold on. Oh, thank you. They're over there. I I was having somebody whisper at me, and I couldn't figure out what they were saying. And the fact is that I just got handed a flute pipe. I mean, like a not a flute pipe, but like a like bird flute. And I'd love to just be able to blow your mind and just play this bird flute, like, you know, like a guy on ayahuasca. But that guy ain't me. I lost
Oh,
total track,
flute.
bro. I must have been bullshitting. Yeah, that is a cool flute.
Cool.
See, I, I do get to be the possessor of exotic instruments and things like that, because I think at one time I managed and kind of theoretically owned a kind of a hippie store, you know, like alpaca sweaters, you know, hemp stuff, little drums, things like that. But it really wasn't mine. It was just when I look back in time, it would be easy to say I was like a badass business owner, but really, I all I did is I held on to it till the ship went down another season later.
So, Buddhaboy, as should be, you are gaining some fans in chat. And like I said, as you should be, great guy. It's one of the opportunities of kind of doing this, I think, is you do get the opportunity to, show the voice, the spirit behind the words in chat. But Mr. Scotto in chat was asking, could you please shout out your Instagram so he could give you a follow?
Oh, sure. Hey, I love you guys, all my friends there. It's cool. All the new guys, it's cool. All the old guys, it's cool. But if you do want to look at just a little bit of weed pictures, it's Buddhaboy7 Instagram. I think that's probably how you could find it. And uh, I welcome you to the journey. And if you follow me, I'll follow you. You know how that goes. I'm not a guy who likes to get followed and I don't follow. So and if you have a pretty picture, I'll probably put a heart on it or like or whatever they do. Thank you, Matt Saran. Thank you. See, this is very warming of you. Came on my phone. Yeah, guys, I'm just gonna encourage you. Just saying, you guys out there in Chatland and everywhere, just live your dream. Don't let anything get you down. These weird times, they're weird, but it's like this, you cannot take it personal. And you can't let it get you down because you're gonna outlive it all. You're gonna go on and march on, and life basically is the same as it was like 1,000 years ago, essentially. I mean, you just gotta take care of yourself and take care of your family, and don't get afraid. Don't get too indoctrinated. Think for yourself. If you wanna like buy a jet ski, just buy it. Get it on Craigslist. Get it for pennies on the dollar. Go have fun. I mean, who cares? It's just a jet ski.
So have you ever thought about putting some of them literary skills to work and, put them maybe put together something both on spirituality and cannabis, something along that lines, or maybe?
You know what? Truthfully, I'm one of those guys who went insane from being an artist. And when I say that, it's a fucking truth. But that having accepted the fact that everybody's volatile and all of the perceptions are volatile, I certainly would embrace the idea of a project of that nature, because it's like this, we all bring a lot to the table. And it's like this, a lot would come through me because it wouldn't be my original ideas at all. And then I would think them through, or, somehow give life through them through symbolic form and text and all that. I could see that, but I have to visualize it kind of like a architect would or something like that. You've actually got to look at all the different things that are behind even an endeavor of literary quality, because you want to there's like famous book called Hashish, maybe you've seen it. It like was written like maybe in the 1800s, and it's like of a quality of writing that it's considered literature. You can go buy it at the Barnes and Noble or whatever it is. And there are also there was the Beat generation, which was just the predecessor to the hippies that you guys, the people who know, but there was like some poets and writers. Jack Kerouac was one of them. Allen Ginsberg was another. William S. Burroughs was another. And they all were weed guys. William S. Burroughs had grown weed down in Mexico, like in the late 40s. He also shot his wife in the head playing William Tell. So he was like one of those strange guys, but he was also an heir to the Burroughs typewriter estate, which was not a small fortune, but he was basically a junkie. He wrote a book called Junkie. He wrote a book called Naked Lunch. He spent time in Tangiers. He did hash. He did heroin. He was a terrible guy. But point being, there is a literary tradition. And, if I ever tried to do something, even if it was just like for my homies, I want it to be like mind boggling. in not a sensational way.
It sounds like you've got a well crafted idea of it all already. To be honest with you.
It could be, but the point is we've been all given gifts. I'm not saying this like a preacher. I'm just saying this is the truth. Not just one, not just two gifts, like multiples of gifts, and for us to take advantage of them the most. And what I mean is not advantage, but for us to benefit from them the most. I think we do kind of gotta let that energy roll through us and not like pool up inside of us, because you know how an obstructed goal gets kind of like, it gets sensitive. You might get anxiety or anger maybe at somebody because they're reaching that perceived goal quicker than you are reaching your perceived goal and all that. I'm just saying there's a lot of distractions. But me personally, I kind of crashed and burned a few times in life. It's true. I'm not going to say that I haven't, and I could just say simply, without being too patronizing, that if I can get through something, there is a chance that you could. I'm not saying that, maybe, that to me is an important aspect of this whole trip, is healing. Um, I always said I'm a healer, not a dealer. And it's just the way it is. You can be a healer with your hands, the massage therapists, people who have the beautiful ability to, touch people and to take away their anxieties. But, you don't always have, we all have different gifts. I'm just saying, some people don't even, you're a singer. Maybe you just go out and sing a little bit at the open mic night or something like that, somewhere where they have something like that. I'm just saying. Or if your girlfriend does it, you just go encourage her to do it, because it's like this. If you keep that stuff inside, A, it can harm you, and B, the impetus doesn't go away. So, if you want to play the guitar, just pick up that guitar and belt out those 4 chords that and pray to God you'll get better. I'll do the same. I tell you what, I've been a lame-o on the guitar for a long time because I didn't like the way I sounded. I didn't like the music I made when I played the guitar. I wanted to sound like, da 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 da, and I didn't sound like that. But I tell you what, it doesn't keep you from playing, fucking Michael Rose, your boat ashore. Everybody can do it. My kids can do it.
Yeah, the key is just getting out there, and starting the dream. That's the thing. I think a lot of people you talk about, being able to do things. I think people are limited. They find it new and they think, this is it. But you don't, by not trying new things, stepping outside the box, you never know. I mean, how many little things have you stumbled upon that you're like, I could never do that. And if you've done it once and you're like, holy shit, I can't, second nature, never realized. And again, if you don't keep that, I'm gonna optimistic, about everything, you'll never know. You'll never know your full range.
No, dude, I'm going to tell you straight up. I mean, everybody's going to hit a patch of mourning, whether it's for the self that they thought that they were, that they never became, or the loss of, your mother when she's in her 40s and you're in your 30s, when you spent limited time with her, or the loss of, the heartache that you get when you get dropped by somebody, when you can really feel that type of thing. What I'm talking about is boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, wife, whatever, chick, guy, I don't care. But you have to get through it. You can't let it, like, here's the deal. You can't, what they say, something like this, you can't reach out your hand with a clenched fist. You can't reach towards the future. You can't completely heal. And you don't want to be somebody who's like super, super smart and all you can do is be a smart ass. That can't be gratifying. When I found myself being like that once, I think it happened in high school. One of my coaches, who was also my teacher, he took me aside and he says, Robert, he took me to like the boiler room of all places, and we sat on chairs, mano a mano. He says, I hear you. You're complaining a lot, this and that, I guess I was being a passive aggressive fuck, complaining a lot and like maybe contradicting everybody when they talked, like maybe him and then my classmates. But he just had he noticed a shift in my character, my temperament at the moment. And he took the time to actually say something to me, which I wasn't sure exactly what it was because, I didn't even have a strong male presence in my life, but I had coaches and people like him. So I took it serious. And, I'm saying I did actually have a pretty enjoyable time. I don't remember if it was a get better story, but I tell you what, if he said it, it was real. And if it was real and I addressed it, it was for my betterment. But you can't always count on the fact that somebody else is going to be there. Who cares? Especially when you get to be 25, 26, 32, 42, 62, 88. You can never be certain somebody's going to give a fuck. So I am trying to encourage my children to be appreciative and recognize when people are giving them attention that is nurturing and edifying and stuff like that. Don't take it for granted. And I kind of try to encourage people to not get so stuck in their ways too early in life.
It's very wise advice. Very wise advice. Again, it goes right back to that never always wanting to be a kid mentality. I think, it's very important. So important, in fact. And then that's again maybe why we are chasing cannabis. Hopefully that is. But we lose that vision when we're kids. And I think that's when a lot of people, the dream dies for a lot of people. They're not able to, goals, back to the goals, not actually able to see that end game that keeps pulling us along. Man, that's I'm not afraid to admit when I've made a mistake and whatnot. Hopefully, somebody can learn from the mistakes that I've made or whatever. But man, the weight of goals. I've always had goals. Don't get me wrong. I've always been able to see the end product and be able to get there, but I've never really, until the last bit, seen the actual weight of having a goal. Like you said, I thought that was really cool what you said about keeping. You're welcome in my house as long as you've got a goal or goals, because that childhood mentality. Once that vision is the vision. That once that's lost, when you're not able to create the end game, the goal, whatever, you're fucking drifting in life. You're lucky to get through anywhere. Anything. You have no room to bitch about anything
Right.
you get or whatnot. It's without any goals, flat out. I mean, you have to see the end game. And once you've seen that end game, as crazy as it may be, good or bad, and hopefully it's good, because once you see it, it's gonna draw you on one way or another. So make it as positive and whatever great as you can make it, because it will draw you along. But you have to see it. And I think a lot of people lose that early on, that childhood mentality. And maybe that is what some of us are chasing. But some of us that is still a kid at heart and still can do it, keep them to goals fast. I mean, don't be afraid to make them. It's never too late to make a new goal and keep that, and that's it's not too late and it should be done. Not ever done learning. You know what I mean? We should be setting new goals that knew something that we're passionate about, that's dragging our ass out of bed, that you're happy to do. And it's very
Amen.
important.
Amen. I think that, I mean, come on, you're on to something. I'd like to know one thing. Did you have a bicycle when you were a child?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Lots of good times
blood
on bicycles. A bicycle was my freedom, man. I like somehow uh I synergized with it, like the Schwinn Stingray bike frame. It was modified to be a BMX style bike because I got it secondhand or third hand. The whole story there that would blow your mind, but I could tell you a few stories, but they're always sentimental characters who are generous. And old man named Testamina Tom. There was a ferry in the Alaska ferry system called the Testamina, and he worked as maybe an engineer on that boat, but he always drank Heineken. And one day he was just going to give me $20 bill. He says, "You go spend this on whatever." And he's a generous guy. This is the type of guy who I was raised around. They just like see a kid, they give him $20. Okay, well, he did that. I says, "Well, can I keep it? Because I'd like to save to get the kids up the way. Richie, he has a bike for sale for $75. Tom reaches into his wallet, pulls out the difference, $55. We go somehow over, buy this old beat up, freaking chopped up little Stingray bicycle with mongoose moto mags that had been knocked out, so it was just star shaped, but they'd been filed down by some crafty little guy. I think they were probably originally magnesium, and it had girls like upright Stingray type of handlebars or that type, and maybe some type of small saddle, not the banana seat. But long story short, I rode that bicycle to, there was a stock car racetrack near where I lived, about 4 miles from it. And I would bike there on the weekends, and I started seeing stock car races and hanging with kids who were from out of town and seeing these cool mini stock sprint cars, super stocks, bomber class. It was all in the 70s. People kind of just, oh, I'm going to go build a race car track in this place because it might be the next capital of Alaska. Well, it never became the next capital of Alaska, but what happened was that racetrack was there for 25 years going. So anyway, that's that. But I got the bike. It got me out, even in the middle of nowhere. And then, somehow I got involved in endurance type of sports, and bikes were part of that, triathlon ideas of that type of thing. You see these bikes and they exist, so you just go get one.
And again, I'd like to point out the fact I'm pretty sure that I've actually read the story somewhat correctly. Cannabis did not hinder that at all. Correct.
I'll tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. Mountain bikers, particularly, love to fucking smoke like surfers. I mean, mountain bikers have been busted for some of the biggest hauls of weed in their bike things. Like world champions have been taken for $1 million, down for smuggling. So I'm just saying, mountain bikers, maybe they're like snowboarders or downhill skiers or anybody, surfers, people who like the chief. All I'm saying is that I'm getting excited, I guess. Yeah, it's real good for you. And I think it's actually really good for your mellowing you out, for not being like a freak about it, egocentric person, and just to go out and actually relax and chill. And, as an adult, like I did a 40-mile ultra marathon. One year I didn't finish it. I only got like 28 miles into it. Well, the next year I came back and I finished it, and I got 4th place overall. So I'm just saying, and that was in my 40s. So I'm saying if you, and that's definitely smoking along the way. But I'm not saying I'm a super person because of it, but it's fun to go for long runs, really long runs in the hills or in the woods, and to be able to smoke high grade weed that you grew yourself, that's organic. You know, it's kind of like makes you feel bionic.
The only way I could see cannabis hindering what you just said is like the runs through the woods and shit. Yeah, the only way, and again, kind of stonerish thought here, but not in a physical aspect hindering you. Like,
Mm,
hey, that's fucking beautiful. I can stop, stop
yeah,
it
man,
to enjoy the
definitely.
moment, not
That's right.
necessarily ruin the physical ability of it all.
Mountain climbers use weed quite often. It kind of as long as you can keep your focus, you know, keep your harness on correctly and stuff like that. Somehow they find it to be. I think it probably is like so relaxing, almost like a sleep state, because it's like this. Those guys don't sleep that well. You know, they end up in little ice caves and stuff like that, windy. But I've known quite a few of those guys who do that kind of thing.
It would be pretty crazy right there. I like a good adrenaline rush, but man, nothing like I've never been. Nothing like that would be pretty awesome. Piece of crazy
It's I'll tell you the truth. Mountaineering, you know, like we have Denali here and the Alaska Range, and it's like world class climbing, kind of like, you know, the Himalayas. You know, it's like freaking for real. And people die every year in avalanches. And I lived in as a kid, I lived about 20 miles from a little village called Talkeetna, and Talkeetna is kind of a hippy dippy. Uh, well, it's a mountaineering town in the summer. They have planes that fly the the climbers up to the glacier of Denali or Mount McKinley, whatever you want to call it. And so I was exposed to that culture quite a bit, and you know, some of the tragedies that happen. You're not really you're aware of the numbers, you know, like example, like, you know, uh, a bunch of Korean men, they got caught on a shoot, and like, you know, all of them went down it and they died, you know. And I think they call that like the China Express or something like that. It's not, you know, they have strange sense of humor about it, but it's like this. A lot of some seasons are more tragic than others, and not all of them are, you know, all about that. But all I'm saying is that I had a friend who was a mentor there, who he dispatched planes onto the glacier. That was his job. He was a kind of a retired priest, but he wasn't retired. He was just, he did that in the summers, and he had an agreement with one of the air companies to do that. And he stayed in this little shack up there. It's called Mountain House. They gentrified it. You can rent it out now. But that fellow, I met him. He'd broken his leg getting out of his bunk, which is kind of not humorous, but he just swore me off from mountaineering in any way, shape, or form, because every one of his friends who'd done it were dead, and that he was a priest too, so he actually buried him. And you know, honestly, I don't know how much of an inclination I would have had to actually go through with any but the most basic mountaineering experiences. And you know, I've rappelled and things like that, but that was good advice to get from him, because it could have very well been something that I might have been interested in, and an opportunity they had come my way to get involved in it. And it's like this. I'm not, kind of like in life. I measure my risk. It's called calculated risk. But you know, like example, like I like to drive fast sometimes. I don't like to endanger people. So sometimes I've got to say, hey, cool out. you know, you know, just, and I get anxiety driving in traffic, so I want to drive around them, and I want to do all these fancy things to navigate through traffic just because I hate them. But it's like this: just chill for 5 minutes, and nobody will get killed. that's probably a good place to start with some of these things, you know. Uh, then again, you can go, you know, to a car track like Smiley does, rent a purpose built vehicle for that type of thing. Maybe get a little bit of instruction in that vehicle so you know what you're doing. And then you could just go, holy fuck, going around that corner at 45 just took my neck off, you know, or whatever, you know. I'm just saying that it's in life where we encounter calculated risks, and I think that probably certain activities. I went on a tangent. You probably should be careful when you smoke dope and you mountaineer, okay, guys? Even though you're all into it, don't fucking get that buckle unbuckled. You know the one I'm talking about, okay? And don't go chasing after some pipe you drop. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I definitely partake. Um, I I'm one of those stoners, you know, in the movie there, half baked. Like cannabis makes everything better. I'm kind of guilty of cannabis makes everything better.
It does, right? I mean, here's the deal. I know that you've mentioned Clubhouse, okay, guys. Some people have this wacky Clubhouse thing where you can go talk, you have an avatar for yourself, you got the room. Well, I ended up in this one that was like the Canna Coven. And the first thing I do, I know what a coven is and I know what a Canna Coven is. First thing I do is I walk into there, so to speak. And of course, I'm only one guy and 9 women, and they're all witches. And they're wondering what I'm about because I'm certainly not a fucking warlock. And they were talking about all that funny stuff and, you know, cannabis and sex. And once they accepted me and they've actually recruited me, I'm actually a Canna Coven member. That's probably the best thing, one of the few things on that can. Anyway, I'm a Canna Coven member, and oh, cannabis helps with sex. Okay, from a male perspective, and you can just, it's always, it make you feel a little more sensitive to the sensual aspect of things. Okay, and you got to think that from the female perspective, if that's going on, it's making them think about something, you know, a whole chain of events that makes everything just so much nice. So I'm all for it. And my wife doesn't actually smoke, but you know, I do ingest cannabis in the boudoir, whatever you want to call it, boudoir. And I'm sure it's swirling about as we're in our coital bliss. And I tell you what, I'm all for it. It's true. And you know, frankly, I should get into those essential oils, you know, maybe some hemp-based, you know, botanicals, you know, that have some of that strawberry, turn on the, you know, good smooth reggae music, and you know, light a candle for Ja, and you know, get down. Because if you don't do that, life will not be profound. And whatever, man. You go. I'm just kind of
Cannabis
taking up
does
time now, guys. Um, another thing is gosh, you know, if it's so medicinal and everybody's so receptive to these different cannabis concoctions and CBD and CBG and all this stuff and all the different ways to take it and everything and to apply it, I think that it's so we should take advantage of that time maybe. And you know, if we do know somebody who needs a certain thing that, you know, maybe hand balm or something like that, CBD or something like that, and it really helps, you think it's reputable, maybe it's a good time to introduce that to them because it's like this, they may be more receptive after all this weird shit of COVID and all that. I wasn't going to say COVID, but I mean, you could help somebody who may be isolated and present another alternative to whatever medicine that they're um you know what I'm saying?
I do. I do. It is perfect time to. And again, that was one of the things that I was talking about with the doctor there today was, you know, using cannabis to get people off of stronger drugs. because I was kind of talking about losing friends to the pharmaceutical end of things, and it was part of the cannabis fight, and what they said kind of did make sense, and and again, I'm always open, and they were like, well, I'm glad that you do find cannabis that can help people get off of them harder drugs, but it isn't they can't just be cannabis. I'm like, I'll be the first to admit that cannabis isn't a cure all, but it can be the first step.
Right.
Basically, that first step, yeah, you have to cure what ultimately draws you or drew you to whatever you're doing. You have to address that problem, but hopefully, cannabis can, get you off, get you clear, and help you address that problem. And if you want to keep cannabis in your life for other reasons after that point, well, there's still lots of uses, that's for sure. I didn't want to keep selling to her, but it's true though.
Yeah, for
Definitely
3 years. Go ahead.
I guess that's what
I'll just say it quickly. For 3 years, I was a certified nurse's aide, and I had one client, and he was a quadriplegic man. And that's, all four, but he was highly functioning. So I helped him with his, personal care and his physical exercise, range of motion type of thing. But I also drove him to classes at the community college there. And he was also on the Governor's Council for Disabilities. And that's like a political organization that's like works with the governor. So I'm just saying he was high functioning fellow. And I was lucky to be along for the ride, but we were a good fit because were just a real good fit. And I worked 3 days, another lady worked 2, so it was hardly any time at all. But he subsequently passed away. But it's like this. He would have been the type of person who may have benefited from that type of, like maybe some of the stuff for spasticity and, maybe liniments for like prevention of bed sores or things like that. I'm just saying that there's a lot with other, applications. I'm just saying. So I saw that way back then, and that was actually one of the better jobs of my life. But you think that people in that situation, his situation was such that he had a wife who was capable of obtaining anything for him that he needed. And because he worked with Voc Rehab as a counselor there, as a intern, he had access to equipment that other people would not have. But people who can't get equipment can sometimes get those medicines. I'm just saying, you may not be able to afford, range of motion equipment or something like that, but you can maybe afford, somebody could afford, a small 7-ounce bottle of whatever. And I guess I have to learn more about that, and A, call on my own experiences, but B, be willing to research other people's conditions. And sometimes that's uncomfortable for people who are healthy and maybe they're sensitive and maybe a little squeamish, but when you see that these things help people and the type of suffering that they're going through, it makes your own quest for medicine or better weed or a better ratio of CBD to THC or whatever the heck it is that is your thing. It makes it that much more meaningful. And sometimes maybe seeking out, maybe rather than getting that genetic that may be of a weaker type of reputation, maybe seek out that one that has a medical reputation or one that has a more professional reputation, because it's pretty serious business. You may have to share that with somebody who's in need, and maybe they need quality medicine. They don't just need medicine. I'm just saying, and there may be nobody to provide it, or somebody taking advantage of them somehow. Maybe somebody steals their meds. I mean, come on, man, that would suck. But things happen. So I'm actually kind of like, as we talk through this, and Eagle educates me a little bit about his experience, and I think about my own. At the heart of all this that we're talking about is kind of like what can we do to do better for communities. And one of them, I think personally, is just, even if personally I felt like if I had like 4 or 5 people who were, on my little cell phone contacts type of thing that I could drop a present by every now and then, that would definitely, and I just need to achieve that because they're there, and all I got to do is ask, but it's just whatever it takes to make you feel better, for what you can do. I think these days, that's a lot. Huge aging population, get some old person high. They all smoked weed before. Look at how old they are.
Oh, that's one thing that I've actually loved about the cannabis push here in Michigan is to see some of the older folks smoke cannabis or talk about, that's how we're gonna get the real history. To be honest with you, we've been fed this fucking uh, classroom textbook bullshit about cannabis all these years, how it was bad, blah blah blah. But it isn't until we get to actually, uh, some of these older folks are now rediscovering cannabis or whatever. We're gonna be able to sesh with them and learn some of the, cannabis history that precedes,
Right.
the 60s, and shit like that, we know we've heard about, but,
That's right.
I'd like to hear the older stories. Yeah, I just like the black and white photos that I
Oh yeah,
love. I always
the
take like
jazz
an old
people.
photo. Yeah.
Just saying, the jazz people, all of those rockers, I mean, Rastas, punk rockers. Everybody loves weed, man. But yeah, you got a point. It would be nice to be able to get more older people in here, and maybe we can encourage the chat if they know of somebody who's a little older, who'd like to come on and only share for like, a short period of time within context of, maybe having their friend be there with them. That would be cool to get. What I mean is like people who are like, aged and who have a story to tell. That would be amazing.
It's like, not that, well, Indra, who was in chat tonight.
Indra.
I love, I
Oh,
love hearing Indra stories.
oh
Really,
yeah.
I love
Indra,
that's what
Mila.
I'm talking about. Those stories.
Yeah,
They make
man.
me,
You,
when
you
I hear their stories, I feel so small in my journey. I really do. I'm like, oh man, it just feels, that fire that I need to get out there. As he always says, there's still time. There's still time. He's absolutely right.
well,
Never
Indra
feel.
is a good example of a spiritual man. He was in war. He was wounded and on the battlefield, so to speak. Uh, he dedicated himself to medicine of healing a pediatric unit in India somewhere. You all know the story, but I'm just summarizing it. And then on through his own personal explorations, probably with whatever type of uh, cannabis was going on there, he was involved in it. And then he has some innovative ways of planting. He'll like strip down the plant, put a bunch of rooting hormone on it, bury it sideways, and then have it those shoots shoot up, a bunch of little shoots. You know, he talks of that. His BHO process. He is the grandfather of BHO, as far as anybody knows it, and he makes good temple balls. And I remember and know all of this from his days on Hash Church, and of course, that was kind of like the seminal days of that show. But it was dynamic because there was a lot of kind of new ideas coming up at that time, and then to hear the older perspective was nice, the older statesman, so to speak. So um, he's somebody who is undervalued, I think, and underappreciated. I really do. I hate to say that.
Pretty, pretty awesome guy. Awesome guy.
That's right.
Again, I gotta echo Buddhaboy's sentiments there. If you know somebody that has some amazing stories like that, man, I would definitely love to hear myself.
You know what? That's a good point, because I actually, one of my homies, man, he tells me the so fucking funniest story the other day. I'll just summarize it quickly. He got his first ounce, and it was the perfect ounce. And it was from these guys in a little lowrider. And they came up, and it was $10, and it was super fat. And it was the best herb he ever smoked his whole life, he claims. And it was, maybe it was some, quote, brickweed. But my friend, if you know him, he don't mind seeds. He just don't want to deal with the stems. No.
Oh man, I try very hard to forget the brickweed days. Uh, I guess
Some
I
people
shouldn't. I
like,
mean, I was grateful for. I was grateful for it back then, but compared in comparison to what we have now, I'd rather forget.
I think if I was going to have brickweed or seeded weed, I would just maybe want it from another continent. So I wouldn't mind having like some, fancy African brickweed that made you hallucinate and your eyes fall out and roll down the street. you know
I mean, well, if you think about it today, I mean, would today's brickweed be that bad? I mean, it would halfway be half rosin. You know what I mean? It would be. It wouldn't take much to press someone today's sticky butt into a brick
right,
wall.
right.
Might be
Well,
good.
I'm a little bit
It
more
might be a good
yeah,
thing.
I'm a little bit more romantic. I'm kind of like, if you see it once, you will see it twice. If you see it twice, you will see it three times, and dot 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 down the line, so that there's an idea that there. And I think that you may have said this, or other people. Everybody has this consensus: is that in some field, and on the Tibetan plateau, there's some shiny little, you know, call it granddaddy perp, or call it chem dog, or call it cookie monster, or call it this or that, hash plant 13, you know, call it Northern Lights number 5, by Hayes, all that stuff. But it's like this. I do think that the chemovar, the actual chemical composition and the thing that kind of contributes to all the other factors, I think it probably exists multiple times in multiple places. And we're not even talking about quantum reality, because we know we got all the plot we ever want if we look quantum physics.
Hopefully that is true. Hopefully that is true. That we have all the pot that we ever want.
I'm just saying, I was so grateful to have almost all the weed I ever had for some reason, because it's not that I'm like not without resources, but man, I just like it to come to me. I don't like to get the score. The score never worked for me. I mean, I gave people plenty of money for pretty good weed sometimes, but man, the score never worked for me. When it stopped working for me, like I said, I just had to work for myself. Then it was like, whoa. And the first, few times when I grew super silver haze, I grew blueberry, I grew one of Chimera's C4 cross that somebody made in their trailer down the way. I'm just saying, but the dynamic of learning was accelerated. So I really feel lucky to whatever path of genetics were available to me. And then subsequently, probably I made 13 or 14 orders with the same seed bank, because I never had a problem with them. I never had one problem. Once I got to buying from seed banks, I was like, oh yeah, once or twice a year, yes sir, that's for me. And I'm just saying, it's like, I mean, everybody feels the same. We're indebted to the availability of whatever genetic we have, and however we got it, it's kind of a sacred chain of events as far as I'm concerned, because some of these plants do change lives. So if you get the headbanger from Karma Genetics, get 2 packs, because that guy ain't no joke.
But with that being said, and with because it isn't the same path to get seeds. You know what I mean? It isn't that oh they here they made it through shipping. You know what I mean? Uh, that whole thing, man. I don't know how many orders added to across overseas seed banks. Wondering if they were coming through customs or not. My mail
That's
still
right.
gets fucking red checks. I'm not one of my anything I ever got in the mail ever got checks in it until I ordered seeds. And now to this
Oh
day,
man,
anything that comes through
same.
Chicago gets a red check. I'm like, oh, come
Oh
on.
man. Well, you're not the only one. When you're at a point where you can't get genetics for whatever reason, maybe they changed their way of dealing with credit cards or something stupid like that. You're kind of at the mercy of your homies. And then it's like this. Back not too long ago, it was every homie for himself. So you didn't have homies throwing you genetics that were worth anything. They were like a pack of some shit that they didn't like, for whatever reason, and it's just what it is. But I'll tell you something, and I hope that Tao is still here. Um, I have a friend. He's in that case. He is kind of a slow-witted man because he doesn't want to get a mailbox. So he's at the mercy of maybe a friend every now and then will let him do an order through them, but that he doesn't have any friends like that right now. But I did give him 4 Godiva seeds. I gave him 4 uh, blueberry cheesecake seeds, I think. And then I gave him 4. Well, anyway, you get the idea. I gave him some seeds that were given to me that I had enough. I didn't give him everything. I ended up giving them 12 seeds. But you know what? I know one thing. This guy will make the best of those 12 seeds in any possible way. And if there's any way that they're going to grow great stuff, he's going to grow some great stuff. So and he's freed of that spell, whatever he was under. And now he can make a set. He wants to get certain seeds for a project because he wants to do a breeding project. And he's like pretty much the last guy you would want to do a breeding project, but he's my guy. No, he's a cool guy. I support him. I'm glad to see what he's doing, and he's a homie. But honestly, with my friends, I kind of keep them at arm's distance. They can, come over for dinner, but I don't. My space is my space, and my thing is my thing. Every once in a while, I'll show them some plants, but it's not very often because I don't want people going in my grow room for culture reasons. I'm just saying you don't want to have his bugs become your bugs in any way, shape, or form. And a lot of people get around, so this is just basic stuff that people probably know already. But don't get me wrong, there's certain people, if they're your trusted people, certainly, but it's not really my style. It's kind of a place where I do my work. Really glad that you got the seeds though from our friend who bred them. So I'm just saying.
Definitely amazing stuff there. I remember when I popped some Amy Aces the first time, and then when I started, working with the Michigan Bros Grow Show there, I passed them on because every time we met up, we'd pass some seeds. And I told I DM'd him. I was like, man, I hope you don't mind that. I thought the shit was good enough that I passed on, what I had. I hope you don't mind, but I just wanted to share. And he was like, I think I've already gave him some or something like that. He was like, no problem. I'll make
Oh,
sure you get some more, but definitely worth growing it. You get the these aces, so I highly suggest popping those seeds.
yeah. And then there's the what is it? The Dark Horse Genetics one. Let me think of which one that is. Well, whatever. Um, I'm just grateful, and Tao has my respect, like I said from the get go here. In this community, there ain't no up and down with that guy. You know, he's consistent. He's steady day to day. The Dow you see yesterday is the Dow you see tomorrow. You know, but here's one thing I want to tell you: if you know him in any way, he still needs a hug. So give him a hug. He's a real big huggable guy. He's a very hunky guy.
So what's currently in the garden now? I mean, since we can't come down there, at least share.
Yeah, well, here's the deal. I can tell you what's up. I got headbanger. I got some chocolate Thai. Got Somali Ghost Train. I've got one of Smiley's, which is, I call it High Mac. It's the high, what is it? Well, I call it High Mac, but it's a cross. Two by a friend, Elka, who certain people know in this community. One called Black Lights by Hashplant 88. And then those are actually two. And then one from Smiley that he gave me. He gave me some seeds from 801 Genetics, and it's called Malasada, which is a Girl Scout cookie purple Thai crippy cross. And then well, Skullcap, Star Killer, Strawberry Starburst. That's from Rasta Jeff. Those ones weren't germinating too good, but I hope I got two there because I really want to try that. And then Star Killer. And I think that's about it. There may be, actually, there are a few others. But the point being is it's summertime. I can actually throw out more population of diverse plants, just of genetics, more genetics out there, because I kind of felt oppressed somehow. I wanna actually find some things that are worth. I've found lots of keepers in life, but I want to keep something. I want to keep something, at least enough to get to know it as a father or a mother, and see what happens. Even if that's just an F1, you know. But to me, that's a really big deal, and I want it to be good. I don't want it to be bad. So I've got all these things here that, and a lot of them are in. They are all in regular seed form. So you end up with these males, and every time you get a male, it's kind of a dilemma because it's never the right time. And boy, you don't want that thing to go off, and that's not really the one. You sure wish you had a female from that select those two plants, you know, that you put out, but you got two males and you just killed them both off. Now you think about buying a pack of them. I'm just saying, it's all part of the process. And you may say, what is the process? Well, I'm not quite sure, but it's what I've been doing for 13 years. I don't know, it feels like I've been doing it 15 years, but I've been doing it less, but I've been doing it more than 12. So I don't keep track. I should have done it a lot more, and I should have done it a lot earlier. That's all I can tell you guys. I came to organics kind of, midway, so at least I came that direction, but I didn't. I'm still learning lessons. It goes in waves because I sometimes make mistakes. Sometimes I just drive blindly in the fog. And I mean, you can see my IG. I can grow a bud, but I cannot grow fucking a huge room of them. Not at this point. My attention span is bad. My resources are always thin, so I kind of like underplant most of the time. And then when I overplant, I just have too much stock, and then things start going to fuck. I mean, I don't know why I'm even saying this.
No, you don't have to say it. But, I don't myself. I try to grow. A friend of mine hit me the other day, and I was like, I think I might have grown too much. My simple answer to that was, There's never too much. There's never too much. There's always something to do.
The garden, I think, and I'd like to hear what you have to say about this, is a reflection of not only my mind, but my heart. It's not an ego trip. You know, I've had beautiful things and nobody saw one of them. You know what I mean? And the price I got for it was the same as somebody who like gave them Cocoa Puffs, you know, like the cereal. But art, does your passion kind of like the energy of the moon sometimes go in a little bit of a cycle, you know, where maybe the garden, maybe for those couple months where you were kind of in the trenches, you know, whatever it was, you felt like you had both of your hands tied, it suffered?
Oh, definitely, definitely, without a doubt. Without a doubt, I've been quite adamant about saying that lately about garden in general now is better than it's been in a long time because I had some shit go on, a few years ago, and it staggered the garden, a lot. Not to where it wasn't in its full glory, but it definitely had hindered things. And then Sub Gold, when he passed, and threw another big wrench into it. You know, uh, it was hard. Even to this day, man. I got shit you guys don't see. There's still posters that he gave me that are signed. Shit like that. Books he gave it me. Fucking at the garden
Oh,
at that time was almost all shit he had gave me. It was hard, so it definitely,
right.
even today, problems, like problems definitely impact your heart and whatnot. Yeah, without a doubt.
Just
Without
just saying we have to sometimes work around our, you know, encumbrance. Or you know, sometimes we are our own encumbrance. I'm just saying, if you live the life, we all live the life. All right. First of all, respect. All right. All the people in chat, we're just talking, but it's like this: respect. How you live your life is how you want to live your life, and I respect that. And you just grow some more weed and enjoy it, and get some good genetics. It's all about the genetics. That's all I. That's all I can say. Is it has to be about the genetics. If it's not about the genetics, I'm not interested. So anyway, um, yeah, man. We each have little crosses to kind of hold, but we don't need to hold a grudge. So this is a competition. We're all going to get there at the same time. There's enough little medals and ribbons to go around everybody's necks that make you feel like you all won the race. And you're going to have the best smoke that you've ever had in your whole life. And that's going to be this year.
I hope that every smoke, every round, and I always hope every round that I grow is the best smoke.
That's right.
That's why I'm always
Well,
popping new stuff, man. I'm always hoping, oh, this is the best, gonna be the best smoke. It's this one. It's always this one. It's that, I'm guilty of that mold complex. Yes.
I'm
Never
switching.
had mold.
You know, I'm not being anything, but th- this is Eagle. This is Sensi Star by Chem D by OG Chem, and it's a very nice gentleman smoke. I think that you would like it. I'm gonna have a little bit. I don't have very much of it left, and actually, I have a pack of seeds. You know, I maybe took 2 out of it before, so maybe 10 to sort through. But I think I'll find something that's like, this has a little bit of, it's understated. It's a little bit of lemon, a little bit of metallic lemon is how they describe it. I think that's probably what the Sensi Star Cup was. But when I hear the old names, like I remember looking at High Times Mag when they had the Scheherazade, a bunch of different strains from Paradise Seeds at the same time. and including Sensi Star. And I remember thinking that every one of them was so beautiful because this High Times magazine, the pictures were like like centerfold of a ladies' journal. Is really beautiful stuff. And I never came across any of that shit in my whole life to fucking smoke. I mean, I don't know how I would have had to go to Holland and maybe go down to Paradise Seeds and say, "Hey man, I need some of those seeds." But when I came across this cross from a company that I felt comfortable and awesome about, oh man, I was real happy. So I'm just like, when I get something like that, it kind of feels a niche. And what I call this is gentleman's weed. Kind of like the Dutch guy must have a little pouch of his little gentleman's weed here, and hopefully he doesn't put it in with his gentleman's tobacco. And then, you know what I'm saying.
It's it's good. I grew some of that back in the day. Gotta love the chem dog, that's for sure. So two women.
You did you grow the Sensi, Sensi Star?
I did.
What was that
It was,
like?
it was nice. Somewhere I might even have pictures on the computer. But nice dense buds. Yeah, it was a nice chill smoke. Can't remember exactly the church profile on it, but very pretty, dense, super dense flower, and some of the best pictures I've ever taken of my cannabis actually were
Oh,
Sensi Star, critical Sensi Star. To be
wow.
exact,
It had good structure,
oh yeah,
obviously.
oh yeah.
Yeah, mine did too. It was very beautiful. The big leaves and everything. I think that might be the Sensi Star thing. Um, I'm gonna, you know, here's the deal. I'm not going to be able to go back in time, but some of the guys out there, they have some awesome genetics. So if I ever get any, what they call vintage uh, Sensi Star, I think that's probably worth like hoarding or doing something with because you wouldn't want to just sit on that.
I've still got a Sensi Star seeds. I know I've still got
Oh,
Sensi Stars. You want some?
gosh, we'll talk offline sometime. I mean, I have interest too, like anybody else. They're not very many really, but it's like this. What I do like is when I experience one particular thing to try something that's in that vein. So like I've done all of the kosher crosses. I've grown almost all of them. I'm just saying, and there's quite a few of them. You know, uh, I don't know. It's just when you're used to something, you want ghost train haze. I grew. They have a dark ghost train, and they've got a Somali ghost train, and I tried those, of course. So you learn something about the plant. You learn something about the mother, or whoever it is that they have in common. It's kind of like I think it's part of the research. You learn something different. How it combines with grape ape, you know.
Yeah, someday I hope to dive deep into the breeding side of things. But right now, as far as uh, that kind of thing goes, got my plate pretty full with all the cannabis stuff that that I like to do. I'm gonna save that to a more like when things start to go a little on the low. You know what I mean? You have to keep something back, keep the interest going.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to bring up one moment in my history. This is gonna be like a flash from the genetics talk to one symbol. When I got married 24 years ago, whatever it was, about 24 years ago, my wife was like kind of like a country girl, but she was like kind of, raised in a shielded existence. She didn't smoke. She read the Bible all the time, things like that, you know. And out of respect, I thought, this respect and love that I was going to show to her, I just said, you know what? I'm not going to smoke weed. She didn't tell me to. She says you can or you can't. And I think it might have been like 2 years. 2 years. And we go to the movie theater with my friend John, kind of a 3-person date kind of. He's like my dumbass friend. He doesn't have a wife. He was at the time anyway. But he has this little one hitter, and it's like it has this primo in it. And I just kind of break down and I just have a hit of that. And then I go to the theater. And I like reek like dope. I really do. It's funny. It's like, I mean, I know that when you reek like dope, somehow you can't smell it. It's really weird. It's like everybody else can smell the fact that you got fucking an ounce of the dank under your armpit, but it's like this, you can't. You think you smell just normal and nobody can smell it. Well, long story short, I started smoking pot and she'd never minded and she never really cared all along. I did do something like that in my life. I don't regret it. I had nice moments of clarity and intimacy and getting to know my wife. Probably I didn't need to be in a fog because everybody has baggage. You gotta like fucking, sometimes deal with it. But otherwise, when my mother passed away, um, early, she was early to have me, 15 when she had me. Maybe I didn't ever do the math, but maybe 43 when she died. So that's early by my standard because I'm 50 now. Well, I knew for a fact that she had some weed in her cabinet. I went straight to this little cabinet there. I pulled out this little ivory hand carved pipe that was about the size of this pipe here, maybe a little smaller. And I took this really awesome indoor bed grown by some guy down the street in his garage that knew my mom, but I didn't know who she was. And she was living with my grandma. It's one of those things where, everybody sticks together. Well, anyway, so I grieved a little bit by smoking my mom's stash. Of course, dedicating it to, her memory and things like that. But how close are you to the weed? I mean, or how close are you to cannabis? Well, pretty damn close. She's been there for me when I was in need. I was in need at that moment. Just saying that there's no shame. My mom could have valid medical reasons to smoke cannabis. Uh, you know. I will say one last thing. I've had the pleasure of smoking with my dad as well. That's nice. I've shown him my grow situation at the time. He lived with me for about 6 months at one point, and like I said, I got to know him as an adult. So anytime that you spend with your long lost dad, who's pretty damn cool, that's a big deal. I'm gonna maybe his story is one thing I'll just complete this little scenario with, is that he was from East Texas. He was a kind of a woodsman. His family would send him out and have him shoot squirrels so they could eat them. I never eaten a squirrel. I mean, I'm not even sure I'd eat a squirrel, but I sure as fuck would if I was with them. But he had these wood skills, so he joined the Air Force. He got his commission was in something like electronics. He was electronics and a communication specialist. Well, because he had these wood skills, and there are all types of stories where soldiers all over the world and all over America had certain skills that they brought to the table because they may have come from a farm or come from New England or come from a hunting tradition, or maybe they were Native American or something like that, and they contributed a lot. So point being, they do this thing I don't understand. And if you've been in the military, you could probably fill me in. My daughter's in the military. God bless her. My son-in-law is in the military. God bless him. But point being, he was pulled onto a task with the army, which was entitled and had him go into Laos with another gentleman. They call it 2-man teams, and they would call in a strike. They would see something, like an enemy thing, and then they'd get out of there, and then they would. That was his kind of thing. He only did it for 2 or 3 years. I don't think it was so long. He didn't re-enlist. I think it was 2 years. He came back and he let his hair grow long, and I don't know how long is long, but he went back to see his dad in East Texas, guy known for his kind of heavy hand and fierce nature because he was a farm foreman. He was kind of the guy who kept everybody in line. That's my impression I get. I don't know if that's the way it was. He probably did more than that. But I do know from his reputation, he was a formidable man. And that's not bragging. I'd probably be scared shitless of him. Okay. Well, my dad came into the family dwelling and he had his little hippie hair. And my grandpa said, fuck no, get the fuck out. You go and don't come back till you cut your hair. Well, my dad never came back, never cut his hair. And grandpa didn't live that much longer. That's a funny story. It's the truth, though.
Stand up for what you believe in, I guess.
It's just the way people are in my family. That's like you take a militant stance, you demand respect, and if nobody comes to shake your hand, then you're just on your own. We respect each other's decisions. We don't hold you to our value system. We don't want you to be a wimp. I'm just saying I respect my dad's battle as 71, knowing he's on the decline. I just know one thing, he's a smart fellow. He's a smart guy. He's really got a good wit. He's got a loving heart. He identifies with his Native American heritage. I just found out I'm 26% Native American, which actually, through the thing, I knew I had it on whatever, through whatever, but I'd never really, whatever. And it's not that I'm not sensitive, and it's not that I've never been to a powwow or anything like that, because I have and all that stuff. But it's like this. Somebody told me in one of the chats, and I'm not sure that it's true, but I think it is. 26% is significant because it means that you go back about 200 years at least. And that just gave me a little bit of perspective, that not only did my grandmother who suffered, or whatever, but that these people, I'm just going to say this, I'm shouting out Native America because it's like this very inspiring group of cultures and languages and traditions and histories, and and the elders from those traditions in Alaska, we have a lot of them as well. They are so rich, and it's like this, they tell stories about the environment and about creation and about the way we should act, and they have moral traditions and ethics and things like that, and codes. And I just think that this may be one of those times where we could learn a little bit from other cultures and be more humble to learning from them, because maybe they know about the plant medicines, maybe they know about the healing rituals, maybe they know about those things that all of our ancestors, no matter what race or what tradition or whatever you want to call it, ethnicity or culture, every single one of them has healers and plant medicine. So to me, that's kind of the no-brainer, and to say cannabis is a part of that, that's also a no-brainer. But I think that the indigenous people have a lot to offer, and they do offer it. And I think that personally, I humbly look forward to exploring that part of my family tree. I wish I'd brought the little thing that told everything, because I would tell you just all the little things, you know. Uh, like I'm part African and I'm part, like, I think Senegalese. I think they're both like right next to each other, but I'm 2% African and 2% one. I mean 1% African, 1% Senegalese. So it's like this. That's kind of cool too. So I'm just saying I might have to go on a world journey someday. Check it out. I'd really encourage you, seriously, anybody out there, if you haven't, or if you don't have access to genealogy and things like that, or to enhance your genealogy knowledge, um, do one of those 23andMe's. My friend gave me this thing, this box, several years ago. I mean, I had it sitting there right under the dope. I mean, under the weeds over there, you know. So I finally just said, hey, honey, I think I'm going to do this thing. And I forget, I spit something, maybe I rubbed it. And it's been very intriguing. And what it was is it was a boost. It helps me accept myself a little more when I know who I am, you know. And when you know that that's who you've been all along, it makes sense. A part of you. Just saying, like, I always had a certain sensitivity and affinity towards certain things, and I'd like to think it has something to do with, my ancestors. You know, my grandma was pretty smart, but she was kind of crazy too. I mean, crazy, like, like everybody's grandma who's crazy is crazy. Well, she was that crazy. She, like, saw UFOs and talked to trees and believed in, the guy who bends spoons, things like that.
Some of that stuff I don't think is all too crazy, to be honest with you. And talking to the trees and all that. I don't know, man. I don't really.
I, I got to give her a lot of credit. Truly, I was raised by this, like, middle-aged old woman who'd had a lot of loss in her life, and she's kind of wanting a second chance, and she kind of got it with me. And my grandmother was nothing but tolerant and supportive. And here's the deal: she had no problem, with anything, maybe some, when you get to be an adult, sometimes you actually have more problems than you had when you were younger. I don't know how that could possibly be, but it is the case. But I'm saying with her, as she got older, I just had to respect her decisions with how she was going to live her life, and really ultimately how she was going to die. And she got a shitty end of the stick. I could go on about it, but it's like this: we're all free agents. Just, you got to support those who are close to you more. But some households are such that it's not that we don't, like, care, but when somebody makes a decision, we got to respect that decision. It can be painful, and there can be consequences of that type of thing. So I'm just saying, for me personally, uh, you know, the women in my life, those two women, and then my wife as well, my daughters, they've been very substantial part of who I am. So I'm just saying, respect, honor, culture, knowledge, uh, belief, all that stuff. Rastafari. You know, be real, but you got to honor your freaking father and mother. I think that's what they said. Yeah, right.
That they did. That they did.
I'm not trying to preach or anything, but it's like this. I just trying to kind of download some of what I went through. I never really went through anything bad, so that's good, right? And here's the deal: I'm not really that mad. I just kind of pissed off, you know. I mean, I get pissed off all the time. I don't know if you guys could possibly know that on the chat end of things, but I'm pissed off 98% of the time. But it's not at you; it's just at the way things are in the world, you know. And it hedges in on close to you sometimes. It's not just when you get the electric bill. It's like,
I say pissed off or passionate. It's two different looks there. I think it sounds more passionate than just
Yeah, truthfully, honestly, it's like this. I'll tell you the truth. I don't like hurting people. You don't know how many fights that I've walked away from or averted or like had to be bigger than life to stop the fucking pain that was being threatened towards me. But it wasn't through violence. And I was a cab driver. I didn't carry a gun, you know. I had friends who, had, you know, some people end up on the wrong side of the stick. It just happens. So I'm just saying the highest way I could possibly think of and the most respectful thing is to contemplate concepts of nonviolence, like as presented by Gandhi, um, as presented by Martin Luther King, uh, in kind of the model of political protest and things like that, because these things are things that we may be confronted with. If you run with a certain type of crowd, you're going to be confronted with this regularly. So it's an inspiring thing when you realize what certain people have gone through in the not too recent past. So I'm not being prophetic or doomsdayer, but I think that the highest knowledge that I've come across, I have a pretty broad education on certain things. It's not very deep, but it's broad. Is that of the nonviolent idea? And that's not news to everybody, but if you haven't contemplated it in a while, it's worth revisiting because we can't be agents of violence either. And we got to draw the line somewhere sometime. It may be sooner than later, who knows.
Yeah, I agree. The brutal or violent mentality isn't going to get us anywhere, and that's the vibration that's holding us back now from moving forward to the next realm of knowledge. That's what even if the alien thing is somewhat true, and don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong. I'm a believer that there's something out there. Don't get me wrong. I'm not that stupid because I've said for years that you think that like we're the smartest thing out of all that. That would be sad to think that. You know what I mean? Just like wow, that's it. We're at the top of the heap. It's kind of scary to think that. But so if there is some truth that they are, close or making contact, it's kind of almost inspiring in the fact that must mean we're one of two things. Either we're about ready to fuck some shit up and they've got to intervene.
Beam me up, Scotty.
Or
right.
We're close to that time of a higher state of thinking, a higher vibe, and they're willing to start communicating because they can see we're moving towards the right path. So it's one or the other. Hopefully they can see we're on the right path and not they've got to intervene because we're fixing to fuck up. Because that's the scenario that I don't think any of us want to see.
I don't know if there was that kind of like figure in your life of my grandmother kind of was like a little bit pathetic, but it was uncomfortable because the way she spoke of things was like startling and kind of like you didn't know whether to take her serious if you were, but she had normal friends. She was she was a Mormon woman. But I just say hats off to her because she basically had this philosophy that was like thumbing its nose at the whole everything because she was like she had a classical education. She wasn't stupid. So, and she valued that. And I have to say honestly, my closest link to the universe is her, not my mom. because I was raised by her, and it's like this. Her intelligence was kind of like our intelligence, even though it wasn't mine. I wasn't going to subscribe to her wacky ideas. But you know how close you live when you're with somebody. You just your brains are similar. I'm not saying that they're identical, and it could be scary certain implications of that. But I mean, as a father, as a spouse, things like that, you can see that. How about you, Eagle? You feel that way?
Yeah, I used to think that at one point, but lately I have no fucking clue. I couldn't finish that thought if I wanted to. Fucking dramatic.
You know what? Forget about it. We're going to talk another time, right? You know, we can't be articulate all the time. I certainly can't give voice to certain experiences, like the ones that I'd like to really tell you guys. You know, the ones that could change your life. You know, because they changed mine. I guess they're the ones that you learn over time and you share over time, and you know, say, hey, did you know that Smiley man? He once like flipped a car 3 fucking times and won the race. No, just saying. You know, you don't know what people's stories are until you share time with them.
That's very true. That's very true. I'm surprised I've divulged as much of mine over the last year as I have. Yeah.
I'm pretty amazed that you actually, you know, do you remember how it's been? And you can tell me if it's wrong, but every 100th show is kind of its own little hurdle. I don't know if that's the case, but it seems like that is the case. And the fact
It
that you've
is the
like cleared,
case.
it seems like as you've cleared these hurdles, or you get towards the hurdles, uh, it is a little bit of like one of those, you know, Greek labyrinth type of things, or a bit of a rite of passage where you get put in that labyrinth, you know, to find not only yourself but other people in your relationship to them, even if you know, fucking a, it's all too much, man. I don't want 2,000 followers. I don't want this or that, you know. I'm just saying, but when you do end up with that, there's a little bit of responsibility in the sense that this group of people, it's kind of like the entity in itself. And you know that. I mean, you know more about it than me. It's just that would be a bit much for me because I would feel like I have to answer to this, you know, because I know like your garden. I'm so glad you had this weekend to yourself and got your stuff kind of in row and maybe weren't working on the projects, you know, the contracting projects. Um, I'm like so glad to see that you have the positive and freed up energy that you felt a lot of pressure. And I don't like to see you go and do that kind of pressure personally. So, because I have pressures of my own in my own life. I know what it's like, and it's like this. Sometimes it's difficult. That's all I'm saying. Sometimes it's more difficult than people would recognize, and that goes in their life too. I mean, plain and simple. Everybody has what I usually do when I get immersed into something is I just go in so deep, and then eventually I get a little burned out. I have to say, because it's like this, you know, I still have this part of me that needs to kind of like turn the clock back a little bit, maybe, you know, listen to some music or watch something silly on YouTube that's not cannabis related. I'm just saying things like that, or go ride my bicycle, you know, I'm just saying, uh, drive my car sensible speed, you know, but go for a nice car drive. And, but if you don't do the forest bathing, you were saying that, do you get to do that?
Yeah. That's something I'm looking to do more of this year. I was actually talking to Lexi about that. You know, her and her sister were out walking in the woods. And I'm like, man, that's pretty awesome. You know, if you could just take the feet off, you know, the shoes off, and combine the earthing with a little bit of the forest bathing there, you're killing two birds at one stone there. And yeah, it's something I'm very open to. very open to doing. And it's crazy that I don't do more of it. You know, I'm surrounded by all these beautiful pine trees, you know, just natural beauty, and I don't just wander off like I should. You know, I mean, it's kind of back to that earthing thing. We get used to certain patterns, you know, comfortable shoes, you know, rubber soles, our shoes never hitting the ground, cars taking us everywhere. It's funny, I actually just in the same kind of thing, you know. Rap song I was listening to the other day with Mark and Afro Man. He was like, man, before I got rich, I didn't drive, so I was always skinny. Now I'm fucking rich and shit, and I'm fucking packing it on because now I'm always right. You know, we're guilty of, you know, as we get old, trying to take the easy route, or what's quicker, this and that. You know, I need to stop driving through these woods, taking time to, taking a minute to do a little on foot. You know, stop and enjoy it a little bit more. Totally guilty.
Yeah, I'm with you on that thought. I am with you on that thought. I'll tell you the truth. I could ascribe a certain amount of healing for the time that I've been able to spend on a certain forest trail system near a farmland, in a bird refuge. You know, when I go there, I always feel just calmed and quieted and restored and all those things that you can imagine. And it's not because sometimes I'll ride my bike to get there, which is, a nice haul to get there, and then do that, and then go home. But it's like this, what started as exercise there. I would just do like light running because I wasn't in good enough shape to do heavy running, and flat area is a good place to kind of work on your technique. If you're a runner, you can kind of work on your stride and things like that. Even if you're not in great shape, you can, get into shape and then also run correctly. So I started going there for that, just because I used to run cross country. It's the same type of thing anyway. Point being, but then I started walking. And we're talking year round. Sometimes I would run, sometimes I'd walk, sometimes I would walk, and then suddenly I'd find myself starting to run. Like my legs did it naturally. And that was like the pure joy thing to have happen, because that's when it's a natural occurrence. You're just there. You're like, and then suddenly you're jogging along. It don't matter what you're wearing or anything. And you get over whatever phobia or block that you had. Well, over time, I've learned to appreciate the walk and sometimes the jog, or sometimes even the run or the ski or whatever in that particular area. But every single time, and there's a boardwalk there, and there's some wetlands, and swans come there, sandhill cranes come there, geese come there, frogs are in the pond. All moose are in the area. I'm just saying it's a habitat, and when you're part of that, it just makes you feel so good. I'm just rambling about it, but I think it actually probably has contributed towards my psychological stability. And you guys can all say, whoa, what psychological stability is that? That guy's a fucking nut. Well, I say this, if you're a fucking nut too, you go for a walk in the woods and you'll feel nuttier.
I'm actually as far as the feeling nuttier part of it, I can possibly do some of that, because I'm already kind of getting a little more too trustworthy. I mean, not even too trustworthy with other animals, but I could honestly see I was kind of hinting towards that shit the other night. Fucking be down that forest and fucking walk that forest bathing adventure. Be like, we could try to just sneak in and fucking talk with fucking raccoon or some shit. Fucking just like chase me around the woods. This was a horrible idea. This was a horrible.
Eagle, that's awesome, man. Honestly, think about this. Okay, now I'm gonna let's just pretend one thing, that I was like maybe like a little bit of an advisor, and I would just say this: Take my counsel. Take a microdose of mushrooms before you do it. Before you go out there and force bathe. Yoda, enjoy the force.
Definitely will help. Definitely will help. That's for sure. But yeah. You know, a fun fact about when I was listening to Dennis McKenna there. Fucking, one of the largest mushrooms there is. I think he said it was in Vermont, if I remember correctly. Was 3.3 cubic miles long. You know, it was one fungus. They had taken samples from, you know, in different areas. I mean, I could tell by DNA that it was all the same. And a tree, I believe that could have been in Alaska, but I could be wrong. That same thing. It was roughly the same size, all underground. Basically, all the trees standing up were like tentacles. You ever seen a banyan tree down in Florida?
Yeah, I've seen banyan trees in Hawaii. There's a bunch there where I guess a bunch of famous people planted them. Like there's one called Mark Twain because he did it, and then there's one called Errol Flynn because he planted one. But go ahead, they're great, amazing trees.
Yeah, I think
You know
that's
they're
kind of like a similar thing, but underground. So the banyan grows down legs and keeps going and keep going. I think underground it's like growing
oh
but
okay.
popping up every so often is what's going on there.
You know this that the Buddha was enlightened under a banyan tree, meditating under a banyan tree. So that's like that's a big deal. Yeah, I mean it's like, I mean for a whole religious tradition or whatever you want to call it, if you recognize the story, you realize there's some potent energy there, I'm sure. At least there was there
The first
anyway.
time I seen one was down in Florida. I was looking at Thomas Edison's mansion or house down there. He brought in a lot of plant species that wasn't native to the area. So he's kind of accredited for a lot of. I think he's actually accredited for bringing the banyan tree to Florida. But there's like
Wow.
it seems like one tree that goes around this massive estate. It just seems like one that just keeps going and going. It's pretty majestic kind of sight to see. They're pretty awesome.
Did you make it to the Florida Keys when you were down in Florida? I've never been there, but my son-in-law and daughter want to take me there because, of course, he's Puerto Rican, so they're kind of used to that area of the world. They're in the military. They're in Georgia, so it's like this. They live in that zone of being. No, I want to go to Key West.
But
yeah,
my dad has passed, lives down there. He was always huge about going down there. He was always adamant, if you ever get the chance, do it.
Yeah. So, I have to look forward to something, and that's one place I'd like to go personally. I once worked on a fishing boat with this dude named Steve. Steve was 6'6", and he was bearded, and he used to be a heroin junkie, and he used to have was in such bad shape that the transvestites were the only people who really took care of him. And I'm not joking. He's this big, huge guy, but he was in a wreck of shape. So he ended up getting on this factory trawler and got a job on the Bering Sea as a deckhand. And when I got on the boat, which was a story in itself, but it wasn't that interesting, he'd been on there for something like 9 or 10 months straight, and he'd been saving his money the whole time. And when he say he's been saved his money the whole time, he had done it. I know he had. And no matter what, however much cash he had, it was enough because it was like this. He planned on being on that boat for, I think it was going to be maybe a year and a half or something like that. But when he got off that boat, he was going to buy a hot dog cart and vend off of uh, out in Key West. So I'm going to go out to Key West and see if Steve's out there or if he's relapsed. No, he'd be quite old now, but that's a true story.
I hope we do make it out that way. Be beautiful to see.
Yeah, might
I
as
would like
well.
to be there, but man, I don't know, man. I'm a little squirmy in big water, man. I'm not gonna lie or talk any shit like that, man. I get out, I can't see that land, man. I know that water is deep, man. I get a little squirmish, man. Even in Hawaii, I was thinking about that as I talked to forget the guest I was speaking with that night, but he was in Hawaii and lived on a small island, and basically said you could see, from shore to shore, and I was like, oh fuck, I'm back.
Oh,
Knowing you were in the ocean and being able to see from like fucking coast to coast, that would, oh gosh, I don't think I could sleep through this. And give me a stomach ache all the time.
I think it may be that something like what they call sea legs or something like that. I remember like when I got on that boat, I didn't have a lot of experience on open water on the effing Bering Sea or in the Gulf of Alaska or wherever. But I'll tell you something. It seems to me like I had seasickness for maybe about 3 days, and maybe it went away. And I think that's what it was. Because I mean, but I'm sure that everybody's different, but that's the way it was for me. So the one thing that was difficult, and there were all kinds of stories about being on a boat like that, but you had to work. I was like, basically in the cannery of it, which is no glamorous place to be. It's probably the strangest place to be. You're in the middle of the Bering Sea, cutting up fish, inside of a boat with Koreans and Laotians who are having a civil war, and you're just there to parlay their freaking 12-inch blades. So I got out of there pretty quick. I got into 2 fights in 2 months, and I did get a paycheck, but so there's situations. I don't even know. I don't know why I was talking. Oh, boats. You get your legs. Don't get stabbed, but get your legs.
I'm all right here, man. I'm good right here. In fact, I actually not even like big water, because the biggest water I've ever been in. I haven't been that far in, and I was very nervous. Was the Gulf of Mexico. Nervous as shit. Nervous as shit in that water. In a smaller boat for sure, which didn't help anything. But I'm not even that cool, like swimming in that kind of water. You know what I mean? There's nothing. I ain't swimming in the ocean. I go fucking pool. If I want to go swimming in that kind, I'm going to the pool. I don't want to swim with fucking jellyfish or nothing like that. But at one point here in Michigan, I had a buddy of mine who was like a crew member, and sometimes in sailing, it's all about weight. It can be good or bad. Same cat would I'd always hear him bitch about like just weekend trips. People going on the boat. What do you take?
Oh yeah.
What do you take? You don't need that shit. That's extra weight. Let's just stay here. So in this case, he was doing the Bacardi Cup here in Michigan, and some of the crew members, for one reason or another, couldn't make it. So he actually basically he outright told me, he's like, "You want to be in it?" I'm like, "1, I'm not good on the water. 2, I don't know shit about sailing." He's like, "Don't need to. All I need is the body, the weight. All you need to do is move where I fucking tell you to move, and be, you know what I mean?" That was it,
Oh,
man.
wow.
Just kind of like and shit. I'm like, but that day, thank goodness, man, we got out. Well, good, bad. I'm still on the fence on that. But slowest Bacardi race ever. Fucking no wind. It was like, and I ended up drinking, man. And fucking passing out on the fucking bow of the boat. That's how slow of a race it was. And I had to be down in Naples, Florida the fucking next day. And and part of the drinking was just, kind of because I wasn't comfortable in big water. And man, I passed out on that fucking front of that boat. And by the time I was purple, I was fucking purple, man. I'd never been that color. I was so dark by the time I made it down, to Florida the next day. People and you down there were like, "Hey, where the fuck have you been?" You know what I mean? You been to Saturn, man? What's up, man? But yeah, it was. Ooh, yeah, I actually wasn't even right like that for a couple of days, being cooked in the sun like that. Oh, not good.
That's amazing, Eagle. I'll just say once in Hawaii, I was riding a bicycle with a tank top on, probably no sunscreen. Maybe I just gotten there all like pale, pasty white from Alaska, and me being Mr. Alaska guy. Maybe I don't want to put no lotion on my skin for sunscreen. And I look over at my shoulders and I see blisters coming up on them. All these micro blisters, all over the back of, well, whatever it is, that muscle on the other side of your bicep, that shoulder one. That's where I still got freckles all over that thing from each of the little blisters. I think it's like if I get cancer, I'll probably get it in my arm. I'm not worried about that, but I do tell you I experienced some severe sunburn, but a lot of people do in Hawaii and equatorial areas because the intensity of the sun is more, at those latitudes. Like example, like Corpus Christi, I was there visiting a friend, and I'll be damned if I didn't have any sunglasses. And then I tried to go to a dollar store to get some sunglasses, and I tell you what, I wish I had some nice sunglasses when I was down there because I could feel the damn sun cooking my corneas or retinas or all the above.
That shit happens, man. I fucking felt that shit today. I was out in the fucking sun today up here in Michigan. They came out from behind the cloud, and I could just fucking. I should have. Yeah, I probably done it. Well, it almost stopped and fucking just went and got a hat because I felt like, man, I could have just cooked an egg on top of my head. It just felt like the top layer was just sizzling. I'm like, man, oh, this is terrible. And like I said, probably should have went and grabbed a hat. I did, man, but even I toughed through it. Even after I took a shower before the show, man, and I had tank top on, and it's like blotchy. I mean, it's weird the burn I got today from that.
Man.
It wasn't long. It was like 5-10 minutes out in the sun. And I was like, I couldn't believe the intensity of the sun today for just that short time. Things are getting weird with this sun. I talk to people like, I remember when the hot part of the day would be like around noonish. You know what I mean? Now it's like 5-6 o'clock. It's weird time.
I coughed. I got off. Yeah, man, the fucking sun is there's something up with it. I think it's the atmosphere, whatever you want to call it, like maybe there's, the nasty things they're doing with chemtrails, who knows? I'm just saying it could be phenomenon. I'm not a scientist. I could just talk in the most general terms, and even if I studied it up, I would just be saying other people's words. So you know what I'm talking about, though. You're the one who brought it up. It's real. Just what you said. You can feel it.
In that same aspect, though, I was kind of trying to use that when I was talking to Lexi the other day about the drowning. the aurora that we see, from time to time, from the discharge from the magnetic sphere there, from the intake of the cosmic energy there, we're no different from that. The only difference is we're not, because of this you and all that, we're not able to discharge that energy into the back to the earth, into the aura there, because of that. I said, I told her every so often, just like the earth there, we need to discharge all that incoming bullshit. I told her, I told her, I said, look at it. Just look at our house in general. You got how many cell phones beaming through the house at one time? Every fucking TV, every little gadget putting out a signal, trying to catch that Wi-Fi,
Yeah.
the Wi-Fi itself. I mean, you're being bathed in energy all the time. You're just like that. You're catching it, and every so often, you need to put your feet in the ground and just disperse all that shitty energy that you have picked up. And I don't know, like I said, in a short time, I'm becoming a quicker and quicker believer in discharging that energy.
I agree 1,000% with you. I'm just gonna say the cell phones, all that. Finally, I succumbed. Like I was fucking fuck your goddamn cell phone. I haven't had a microwave oven my whole fucking life, and I'm fucking 50 years old. So get that fucker out of here, you know. Um, Whatever. But one thing I'll just say, now that we have all this great technology at our fingertips and some places where we don't need it, um, be respectful of maybe certain facts, like your Wi-Fi thing shouldn't be next to your head, that you shouldn't keep talking on your phone after it's heated up, that you should use headless or wireless or whatever it is when you're using this phone, because we just don't know. I mean, it could be just harmless, in which case I hope it is
Fuck,
just harmless. Wouldn't that be cool?
just like you said, though, man, I've been thinking about that lately, and I'm about ready to switch. I've always hated because the headset. You know what I mean? Especially with the bald head, because they stick out. You know
Okay,
what
yeah.
I mean? You can tell I'm wearing a headset. You know what I mean?
Yeah, funny.
It sticks out. That's why I kind of switched to these. But man, was talking to Lexi about the grounding and shit and all that. I'm thinking, and yeah, I got a fucking earbud in my ear probably about 12, 14
Yeah.
hours a fucking day. That can't be any good for anything. And then you want to hear a weird correlation I've kind of noticed too, is we've had problems with the internet here for a long, long time. I've watched the show. You've heard me bitch about that a lot.
Sure.
I think actually tonight that I've seen a couple notices on my end of weird internet bullshit. I'm not so sure it is, but I noticed one. I made a weird mental note the other day, and we know that the one, because we have two providers here. One I use for this, and one we use for the house, and it is fucked up forever. That's the original one that was fucked up. And every night at the same time, it goes out. And
Lame.
they even had the fucking time down every day at 9:02. Every day at 9:02, you could be watching a movie, and it goes buffer, 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 and what the
Lame.
fuck? So this is the weird thing. I'm thinking I can't say it's it. I can't say it's it, but I'm not ruling it out either. I'm sitting here and I preempted my tents because they come on So I open the tents, and I'm sitting right here, and I hear the click of the box there, and everything fires up, and I happen to look down. It's 9:02. So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
starting to wonder if there's maybe some type of frequency coming off the ballasts that may be fucking with the Wi-Fi or something to that effect. Maybe they're on the same leg, and there's, because they, it does that hertz feeds back into the
That's
system
right.
if not properly
Not,
ground. So I'm wondering maybe they're on the same leg or something like that. Maybe, I don't know.
it wouldn't surprise me, Eagle. Kind of like I've run many of the different ballasts that we've run over the years. From magnetic through many different electronic ballasts, and definitely some of them have interference. Or like if you're gonna do like a video, say you're gonna go do your little short for Instagram. If you're doing it in a room with a magnetic ballast, you're gonna have little lines through it, and they're gonna be like strange colored lines even. So it's like, I mean, interference has happened. What is it called? RF interference? I don't know what that means, but that they used to talk about that. I think
That just
most of the
radio frequency.
okay.
RF.
I think that most of the modern stuff probably has troubleshooted that, because like I just got some 315s for the first time with that ceramic metal halide, and those things don't seem to put out any type of visual uh, interference on any level, and they're quiet and everybody knows what they do. I just got some and I'm happy to have them. I'm gonna get some more. That's how much. See, I'm moving like I guess probably 5 or 7 years behind the times, but it's okay. I'll catch up.
Hey, I still got this 4K behind me running, and I'm still, I've got some lights coming. I'm thinking about taking two down, and I'm like having the hardest time with them, even though I know they're fucking probably, they're still kicking along great, but man, I could be running the watts, all you can do is just let have the energy, have the heat, all that good shit. But for some reason, I'm like, no, keep them rolling. Uh,
Well, I know
that's
that
today.
you have. Excuse me. I was just going to say I know you have the LED experience, and because you've had the opportunity uh, to promote them, that's not the point. And live with them, and evaluate them and all of that. I think that you definitely have shown me and Smiley and a few other people, uh, even if you use them at the flower stage or whatever, maybe you veg under a ceramic metal halide. The quality is so awesome. And then what I see from you know, tent growers, I'm just calling them tent growers because they didn't exist when I got started doing this, so they're tent growers. Um, they have amazingly well lit beautiful flowers, I'm just saying, with these LED fixtures that aren't generating as much heat, and it makes total sense. And I don't think that like the price point on some of even the lesser of those is very good, i.e. the Mars Hydro. I think you were running some of those. I had my son get some of those, and a couple of them, and I forget what, they're kind of small, but you know what? That's 100 times nicer and more efficient than what I first used, which may have been, I think it was a CFL. I mean, come on, it was a CFL. It fucking sucked. So I'm just saying, the opportunities and the price points for some of those things are pretty darn good. And I think that the actual quality, it's right there, isn't it? The density of the bud, the terps, all that stuff. What more are you looking for? I mean, this is coming from somebody who, like yourself, maybe has run even HPS up until a few years ago. I still have two in there, so that's what I like to run.
The HPS do produce very well, but man, them LEDs do they denser flower. I've noticed that less goes to waste underneath. They seem to transfer the energy a lot better, quicker flower time, greasier buds. So there's definitely I don't again I don't understand what the drawback is about pulling them down. I think it's more sentimental, the stickers and shit on them than anything these days.
Yeah, the old days, the old school days, I definitely no, here's the deal. I only use about half of the available space that I have. It's a dedicated room with like 10-foot ceilings, but it's just like I've only been using half of the room. And I could potentially just fill out, like a certain amount of the room, half of it with ceramic metal halide, which I seem to be exploring, maybe the other half with HPS. But at that point, the heat situation is like 1,000 degrees, so it probably won't happen. I just answered my own riddle there. I keep wanting to envision at least this, pulling the HPS down and putting up in their place the CMH and seeing how that works for a while. Because I like the color of the light. It has that nice, even the LEDs have the same type of just blueness to them, I like to see that. It helps me see the plants naturally. And um, I'm just, first of all, I'm just glad to have anything, happy to be growing anything, happy to be able to grow in legal time, so to speak, you know. And I want to encourage everybody to grow your own medicine and to fight those uh, providers who are trying to restrict personal grows in places like New Jersey and New York and places like that, because that's evil and we don't want to hear about it. But realize and recognize that places such as Washington State, you don't have a complete right to grow as a person who doesn't have like a piece of paper and a contract and all this shit with, somebody else could, Chad Westport could tell you the ins and outs of it. But I'm just saying there's various ways of writing laws, and certain interests, who have lobbyists and things like that, who end up getting these ticky tacky, fucked up things for the home grower and the medicine grower and the self grower, or and what I would call the subsistence grower, you know, and that goes for anybody anyway. I'm just saying, don't restrict that. Don't let them do it. That's not freedom. We don't. This wasn't about us having the freedom to go to the dispensary. It was for us to be able to smoke and grow weed. So I'm not down on the dispensary, but for me, that model doesn't work because it's no different than any other one where you have to pony up the $100 bill every week at least. And when you're only making $400 a fucking week, that's a lot of money. Is that
That
right?
was the reason I got into fucking growing, was to save that
There you
cash.
go.
It was then I was buying zips back then and bitching about it. Nowadays, you can fucking spend that the same amount of money, and you're not coming home with zips. That's for sure. You're fucking coming home with grams, and fuck that. Yeah. Oh man, it's painful. Every time I go in there, man, it's like, oh, well, it's just painful. It's just painful. I don't even do it anymore. If I
Yeah,
go in, it's
yeah,
for an extract, rosin, something I don't do myself that I like to, I still enjoy once in a while, but
there you
I
go.
just don't want to mess. And I think that sometimes they almost view me as a little bit of rude about it because I maybe I am. They'll be like, "We've got this lovely flower. I do that. I do that. I'm here for this. Come on over here. I want
Right,
some
right.
extracts. I'm sure you've got some fine flower way overpriced that I don't want to pay for. But
Well, yeah, and here's the deal. At that point, it becomes a specialty shop. And you probably will be getting something of a higher grade because the guy who's making that fucking concentrate or hash or whatever is somebody who would rather be an artisan. You know what I mean? Who is an artisan at heart because he has all the experience to do it. And he can modulate and operate and also do it at scale. Those are all skills that I don't have. Okay. I might say I have them, or I might, aspire to have them or acquire them, but it's a skill set. So I'm just saying, you go there for a certain product occasionally, and of course they are the assholes when they're trying to like sell you something that's not good and something that might. I'm not assuming this is the case there, but it's always spotty.
No, they usually, because they know of me, I guess, they usually do not send me off to the shitty end of the counter there. They usually treat me pretty good when I'm in there. I gotta give them some props. Yeah, they do. They
Good
do treat me
vibes.
good when I'm.
Yeah. I might come across as being critical and a little snobby, but it's like this. If you've grown your weed for like, 13 years or however long it is, I'm not an old man, but I've been around weed most of my life. But I did tell you I grew a couple plants that got snipped by the troopers, but it was like this. When I was like not knowing how to do anything but grow something green, and then I put it outside to grow, and then somebody saw it, and then they had the guy come and take it. That wasn't really like getting in trouble with the fuzz, but it kind of like didn't reinforce my desire to do that particular thing in that place at that time. I had a you know but here's the deal, also you end up like with maybe a lady friend who has this ballast that you've been carrying around for 3 years. Then someday you find out what that ballast was for. It's like, fuck, I should have kept that thing, fired it up. you know She'd always talk about these colas that were like 10-inch colas. Yeah, I was like, good for you. Anyway.
I've been guilty of passing seeds at the dispensary. Seriously, like kind of like right behind somebody going, "Yo, you can grow that. I've got some seeds." and stick and stickers.
That's awesome.
Here you go. We'll help you.
You know what?
We'll
If you
help
can
you.
do that, and you'll have to excuse my interruption, but if I could do that, like, if I ever do create any quality seeds of any quantity, it would feel very good to hook up locals who don't have the genetics or the wherewithal to source them. And, it wouldn't really cost me very much to do that. That's another thing that's kind of like the gift that keeps giving, you know, but selected seeds, from top quality, best F1s you could do. And you get the practice of A, doing it, B, you got people out there who kind of like does things kind of like, a cooperative, because anybody who makes a little bit of bread just feeds their face. So you can't really say that's like taking any of your action. Just saying, if we were to put it into those terms. But you can have that guy over for dinner, once a week, and if he does need those seeds, those Dow seeds, well, he got some damn good seeds because he got that Bruce Banner too. So it's like this, 4 of those Bruce Banner seeds, by Cheesequake. So I have faith in that. See, Dow feels beat up because that has shown some unstable characteristics, but I think that growers have unstable characteristics, and I have faith that what may come may come. But I think that sounds like a good one. Did you do the Bruce Banner?
No, he didn't pass that one to me. I've done the other 3, but I have not done that one. So that one was blueberry. Cow, hint, hint. Said you'd pass them. There he is right there too.
I don't have a monitor, but it's like this. I trust you when you say he's there. Don't let him apologize for the strain. First of all, the characteristics that a seed exhibits are outside of your control when they're testers. I bet you 50 cents that those are good seeds. I'm just saying, I've come across freaky things in a 10-pack all the time.
I love the Misfits. You know what I mean?
There you go.
There's
There you
something.
go. I'm just trying to.
There's one. in the Columbium right now. This out of all of them, like there's one. This little that little girl right there. You can see her. Look how out
Mm,
of comparison.
is it
You know what I mean?
the big one?
This one right here. This is my misfit out of the
Oh,
Columbia. The rest of them
so
are, they're all the same age, but some about her that you know what I mean.
yeah.
I want.
Well, I bet it's going to be 100 to 1. It's great smoke, like right. Um, I just think that small little plant's going to put out some strange terps and strange, cannabinoids and some sugary sugar. Okay, I can see good there.
Yeah.
So, how are those like? What? How many days?
Oh, I I don't know. I'd have to get out the book. I want to say around 45.
Okay, that's all you
Maybe
got.
in that.
That's good enough for me. So they've been
Yeah, I
budding
think
for a
it's just
while. They're building.
no. These are
Oh,
from
I see. I
seeds.
see. I can't see that for some reason. I don't know why I can't see it.
Yeah, these
I'm
are
getting to be
getting
old.
these right here. Like, yeah, this is what I call the on deck or the warm up area. You know,
Okay.
they
I was out of it. I'm just gonna confer. I was out of it. I could see like little like re-veg buds that were about maybe like day 30 of re-veg or something like that. That wasn't what I was thinking though. I mean that's what I was seeing.
no, not even these. None of these have been flowered. Back there, back under in that one tent back there, them are flowered. These are all in flower. The bigger girls are in flower. These are
That makes total sense. Yeah, it's kind of like maybe I ingested some cannabis and then I got stoned and then I talked about all these things with Eagle and then I started talking shit with Eagle too. Like.
that's like veg right behind me. That's into. So basically, a little further over there is like cloning and seeds
Oh,
right there.
that's cool.
Usually where you find right now that and that this area will be expanding here quick. So
Nice.
basically 1 gallons and then there'll be threes. And then there's actually another light that you can't see up there that if I need to
Oh, okay.
can drop for
Okay.
like another state. But then they usually go from like 3 gallons up in here to this like on deck area where they'll like sit in under a
Okay.
24, but now they're getting slowly adjusted to the HPS, for like a week or
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
They push the roots out, get used to the different light, and then bam, they'll go into the next phase. Use out.
So you've been kind of doing revolving type of harvest, perpetual harvest type of thing forever, right? Isn't that your kind of, not that you have a modus, but part of your thing? Yeah. And you're lucky to have a certain number that you can, if that's, a workable thing. Uh, that's nice to see. It looks like you're not in over your head. It looks like each of your workstations are, kind of tailored to your needs. You being a little bit of a carpenter, you can kind of tailor and work with the space that you're in. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah. This is actually part of a U. It actually goes
Oh,
around.
that's
Uh,
awesome, man.
there's 4K here, and then there's still the LEDs back the other side here. Uh, yeah, actually it's a 72 plant or count grow. Not that I utilize all 72, but
Right.
I
Yeah, I hear you. I think it's just it shows what you can do though. It's like, or a person can do a humble size grow, I would say, not to say anything about your thing, but you're not going beyond yourself, and yet it's getting a lot of good medicine out there, and you have your personal too. And I think it's kind of like you're closer to doing right than I would consider myself, but it's like this. I'm taking care of myself, and that counts for something.
I'd like to see, and I've always been a big advocate for the perpetual. You know, even on a small scale, you could offer yourself a little bit better of a variety. Even here in Michigan,
Yes,
I
yes,
no card, nothing. 12 plants. If you stagger that in a
yeah,
4-4-4, you're harvesting
yes,
four every month.
sure.
You got fresh medicine, and
Yep.
you're never overwhelmed. That's
No, no,
I could
I always have done. I did it a lot too. It matches my style. When I have enough stock and healthy enough rotation, that's what I do, because it's like this. I've always wanted to have the variety, and I didn't necessarily have the numbers. So, you'd put in like two of this plant, two of this one. Rarely you'd have four, sometimes, but because of the seed outlets, they gave you the freebie seeds. Sometimes you'd get to try new things too. So you might sometime have 7 different plants when you got your harvest, or, uh, have 13 different weeds in a jar, little milestones for when you feel like you've at least done right by having grown something. And, what you can't complain if you've got 13 types of weed in your jars.
no, you can't complain at all. And again, like you said, delegating the perpetual. If I were trying to do this on a monocrop, come to the end there would be, a
Oh,
harvest
right.
I would never get. It's you gotta keep things manageable, like you say, and the way things are set up now, it's perfect for a one-man team, a one-man team
Yeah.
like myself.
Well, I think a lot of people, we have an audience of people here who have a lot of different interests and whatnot, but some people might be coming to it, say, in their retirement or something like that. And, one person garden can be a challenge, but it's like this. There's no easier time, I think, to do it than now. In other words, there's a lot of uh, things that can help people, grow good cannabis regardless. I'm just thinking, monitoring systems, things like that. You can do controls, things like that. I mean, it's like, it's not all physical. They can work on their VPD, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So
I laugh
other
about that
than the,
because
go ahead, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I'll just gonna say, it's not that I'm laughing at what I don't understand, because I may not entirely understand it, but I think I did at one point. And secondly, I just cracked the door. I have a big fucking fan over there. It just does what it does, and I do what I do, and it keeps by cracking my door year round, it keeps my room cool. And that's kind of why I do it. And I feel like a little bit of fresh air ain't gonna hurt nothing. And some people even think that carbon dioxide comes in through the air, just that, or CO2 comes in that way. So I'm just saying, I'm like a natural person. I'm not like a good person or a better person, but I'm just saying I tend to be natural. And I don't like to like persecute myself if I don't keep a regime, because it's all mine and I'm responsible for it and all of that. So I'm just saying, it's like, it's a relationship. I don't feel like I have to, you know, if something bad or is out of balance in my garden, I'm sensitive to it. I never had bugs like the kind that people have, but I've been hit by thrips from time to time, and even those can piss you off. Fuck yeah, I don't like to have like all ugly leaves, so that's a pain in the ass. But at the same time, I'm just saying, I'm just going to turn it around and just say I'm very grateful to grow. I'm grateful to have people like Smiley, like Jack, Greenstock, uh, yourself, Modern Genetics, Ali Noble, Stumu, the whole crew. These are world-class growers from all over the world, top floor genetics. I'm just saying all over the world, 808, uh, and we never really even had we couldn't be united ever before. And now we can be. And cannabis lovers united cannot be divided.
It sounded good. It blended. It flowed
Yeah,
very well.
I'll just being funny, but the point is that hats off to you all. If you guys have any questions, just ask everybody. Ask the guy who DMs you. These people are very, very generous with their information, and if they don't know, they'll tell you somebody who does. But don't go to some little chat where everybody's saying 1,700 different things and being all weird about it, because you ain't going to get the truth there. The spirit of the truth is like, it exists despite doubt. It is despite hate, you know, and we're all good, but it's a plant of love, and that's all I have to say. It's a plant of love.
It definitely is. It definitely is.
Yeah.
How says he loved himself and Chad Fucker.
Yeah. Jack Greenstock's looking at my pictures and he's giving me a bunch of likes, and it's making me feel like Jack's pretty cool. But you guys know that. And secondly, if there's anybody out there, I want to say one thing. I want to speak to one thing. I want to speak about cannabis and mental health. If anybody out there is depressed, if anybody's out there's on medication, if anybody's out there not taking medication and they need it, I'm just saying. And I'm not to say need in the sense of like a evaluative thing. I don't know and I don't really care, but I'm going to say this. Take care of yourself. Find your own truth. If you can find it within the experience of cannabis, take that truth, that soul truth. But if it takes a little bit more than that, some medicine and cannabis, like a couple pills a day or something that ain't going to put you out, you might just see if you can't cure yourself. I don't know how that works, but I think it can work in certain ways. So I encourage you with that. And if anybody has any insights on that, you could let me know sometime, your story or some meditations upon it or something, that because it's like this. I found cannabis to be a healer, and whatever diagnosis I might have concurred in this life or incurred in this life, what if it was like called uh uncurable or only remission or lifelong? I have a hard time fucking accepting that. I resist that. It's taken me fucking 25, 30 years to get to where I am today, to be able to walk and say, hey, man, it's all right. I'm all right. So, in the spirit of health, be real with yourself. You don't want to have any problems that you don't need to have.
Very wise man. Very wise man. Well, Mr. Buddhaboy, we got a
Oh,
few
yeah.
things we got to go over before we kind of wrap things up. We've almost went the whole distance. Now you've actually earned your colors tonight, brother. Now
Well, there you go.
the same invitation that you have now is the invitation that we use for the wormhole and everything else. So you're always welcome to pop on now anytime you want. It doesn't have to be a holiday or a special episode. I've enjoyed the encounters I've had with you. You're very enlightening fellow, and I always enjoy your perspective on things. So I'm looking forward and hope that you use that invitation. And again, it's an invitation because that's what it is. Don't feel that I have to DM you and be like, Buddha boy, you need to come on.
Oh
No,
yeah,
it's an
yeah.
invitation. It's always good. You know what I
You know
mean?
what? The idea is an honor and not to interrupt you as you go on. And here's the deal: sometimes I don't play well with others. I'll tell you the truth, um, because I'm like, I can sometimes say, "Shut the fuck up, listen to me." And if I do that, sometimes everybody's like, "What? What did you just say?" And then you know what? Every time I've ever made an ass of myself, and it's quite often, I'm pretty good at this. I apologize. I say I'm sorry. Sorry should be enough because you get on my nerves. So fuck the fuck off. Don't tell me about dot. No, I'm just I don't know. No, I love you guys, man. I look forward to it. I can't wait to sit there and shoot the shit with you guys in the rabbit hole or the wormhole for sure, for sure.
I still interchange the two myself, the rabbit hole and the wormhole.
Yeah.
Uh, they'll always be one and the same. They had to be done though. I mean, seriously, it had to be done. I don't know.
I hear it.
It, it had to be done because even though, like, you know what I mean, how like you buy that car and you see all of a sudden now you see that Dodge truck everywhere. That's what the wormhole was, or the rabbit hole. But when it changed, I didn't see the wormhole everywhere. You know what I mean? As frequently as I seen the rabbit hole come on, but it had to be done. It had to be done. We had
It's some deep stuff. It's a deep stuff, and it definitely is in the cosmic zone of the quantum realities that we all speak in truths and untruths 1,000 times a second, going forwards, backwards, sideways, and upside down. So here's the deal: get horizontal with it, because we're gonna do the limbo.
modern genetics is laying it down. That's right. We cannot forget the good old soundbite. Man, I'm so glad that hold on. Okay. So glad that I back things up these days. Uh,
Oh yeah,
'Cause I okay. Zoom. That's a first for Zoom. It must now do that. Uh, I am recording this, so um, yeah. I need the soundbite, my friend. I needed the Buddha Boy soundbite for episode 410. Can you be so graceful to drop me a soundbite, my friend?
sure. Hey, you have been watching Talking Shit with Eagle, episode 410, with your friend Buddha Boy and Eagle, and the rest of our nice friends in the chat and online on YouTube. We will see you again. But here's the deal: if you're going to hang out, don't hang low, hang high. A little bit of theater, right? You got to invoke the magic of the show. Love you guys. Love you,
That
Eagle.
Westport. We've got 10 minutes. We can do it. We plan to go to 420, but you got to get the legwork done. Can't rush that stuff and at the 420 mark, Mr. Westport. This has been fun. Al. I have totally enjoyed tonight. And I'd like to thank you. Again, I'd like to deeply thank you for making it a little easier to kind of slide back into things. And I appreciate you pointing out and catching the fact that uh, it is weird on the hundreds, on that aspect of things. It's like I every hundred I come up on one, I realized and the seriousness of what I'm doing, and I want to. It's like a self check that on the hundreds that I want to make sure the things are on the right path, people doing it for the right reasons, and the show's going in the direction that everybody wants it to go in. That's what kind of the 100 bugaboo is for me.
Right.
It's a reflection number for me. And it's weird because it's always been on the hundreds. I never laid it out that way. It's just every time they come on, I don't know what it is, but it's like, oh shit, it's coming.
Yeah,
I gotta
man.
fucking. I don't know. But the
Well,
three to
life's trippy.
fours, man, I don't know. I don't know what that the 3 to 4 seemed like, man. The 3 to 4 era seemed like a year all in itself for some
Oh,
fucking
wow.
reason.
Wow. Because you were in the ozone. Now, you sometimes the world is distorted that way. I mean, you could hear like a physicist say one thing, somebody who's a visual artist say another thing. But here's the deal: the rhythm of our lives, the numeric quotients of our lives, that how things add up. You may see things more in numbers. I might see things, more in a different part of the senses. We can modulate or even change in that. But I think there's some magic in that. And I think that's something that you probably see, but there's also some intensity to it.
Oh, without a doubt, without a doubt. This thing's this is my passion project. And for those who, have wondered about, lately, there's one thing I can tell you. I may have had a rough road, and I talked to some people today about all this. But one thing you can count on is I'm no fucking quitter. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm
No,
very
you're not.
much. I called out that fucking thousand number, and even though I'm double up sometimes with the wormhole, I don't necessarily count the wormhole in that number. But even if I
Wow, you
have to
should.
finish bruised and beaten like fucking Rocky at the end of this fucking thing, I'm gonna make it to that fucking number. So
Right on. No, you do it, but
we'll
take
see.
care of yourself along the way. Sorry to interject. Just, modulate. It's like training. You have to go hard for 2 weeks, and that third week you got to ease off. And then the fourth week you go hard and you work on your weaknesses, you work on your strengths, but it's called period periodization. And what that is, it's the cycle of weeks in which the training cycles go, and you break it into like 12-week cycles and things like that. And you give yourself rest periods. And I'm just saying that's one way of breaking it up. And I think that for any endeavor, even if like I was writing the book, that maybe I'll try to do sometime. Um, you can only go burning the candle so hard for so long, but if you do it at the right time, it seems effortless. I'm just saying, but you don't want to get derailed by some unrealistic productivity goal or status goal or something like that adds psychological pressure to you, in which your actual potential for learning in the moment becomes stymied. And I don't know why I'm saying that. I'm just saying for me personally, it's probably true.
Well, this thing's an easy thing to kind of want to keep going. So it gets easier and easier to do. And I don't know. It doesn't burn me out. Like I've
Okay.
talked about before. This has been the highlight, and and a lot. I enjoy doing this. This is by far a passion project for me. You know what I mean? This isn't one of those things that's I dread doing. This is still something I'm very, very passionate about, and I very, very much plan to do it. And again, did check-ins that when I did stop, for the week, I thought it was super cool that people checked in, all that good shit. It made my heart swell. But I'm curious. uh, and then we're talking about keeping the show with the everybody's interest in hand. I really, really want to do uh, the conversation wheel that I've talked about for like the wormhole for the cricket. By the way, I don't know if you can still hear that cricket, but
I can
they
hear
have been
it.
bitching. You're a fucking trooper because Chad's been like, kill that
C-
motherfucker.
can I tell you something? I'm a nature boy. I like the sound of nature. If it was coqui frogs in Hawaii or Puerto Rico, I'd be like, all right, man, I can live with that. That's a little obnoxious, but those are fucking frogs in the trees. And then with, you know what I'm saying, is like, uh, a cricket to me is like actually kind of an exotic thing that, a creature that I kind of like. So unless he was in my house right here, right now, in my little bunk, I have a part of my strategy is I have a bunk. I call this kind of a grow studio, and maybe sometime I'll share it with you. But it's got a bed, and it's got a seedling area, then it's got a veg area, and then another room. It's got a flowering room, but it's all within kind of a Japanese style, almost modular. It's like it's hard to it's built by on wood, and then the side of the house has a Rastafarian flag painted on it with the Lion of Judah, because this is my spiritual temple, and I'm a Rastafarian, and this is my freedom of religion. I'm not joking, but I mean it's just a fact. Anybody who knows me knows it's true. Rasta Bob. Shout out to Rasta Bob. He's got to be one of the coolest people I've heard of on the net. Speaking of which, shout out to Rasta Bob.
He's actually here in Michigan, and I need to get my ass down there to see him. I mean, how
Oh,
often does that opportunity come around? Uh, yeah,
geez,
I'm
check it out.
hoping possibly Friday, like that, making that happen. But
Oh,
yeah,
that would be
I'd
cool.
love to shake that guy's hand. That's one of the few people that's actually fucking smoked me. I've done 420 episodes, 24 episodes, 24-hour episodes. But man, that cat outright smoked me out during his episode.
He's serious business, man. He is the highest. He has the energy of a very unique perspective, and what he speaks of is like education. So that's why I say just respect to him, and may we see the world through his eyes a little bit more. Sometimes he shares his segments of his reality with us, and I think that's pretty damn cool.
It is, it is. They're still talking about that damn cricket and chat. It's funny once you mention that they focus on it. That thing, what's funny is this time last year when the cricket surfaced up, even after the cricket, it seemed like the cricket traveled. So, like, even if I didn't have the cricket that night, the guest had the cricket. And no matter
And
what, I got blamed
curse
for
of the
the
cricket.
cricket. Yeah.
It it is what it is. It's like this. It's the animal world trying to crack your subconscious and say hello, 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 until you just want to say goodbye, and it's not pretty. No, those things kind of annoy me. I have some mosquitoes. I have the door cracked, like I said, but I can tell one of the kids brought something in for me, and I can tell that they left the door open because of the amount of mosquitoes that are coming in. Is it starting to cool off outside? It's actually kind of funny because if I was the Dalai Lama, I wouldn't want to like smack them. I keep score. I like to like really get them.
I'm missing Dr. Buzz Lightyear acetone because man, that cat gave me more shit about the cricket. And I enjoyed his comments in chat anywho. But it's been a minute since he's
Oh,
popped up, and I have sent him messages and hey, what's
really?
up? And I have no seen, no looks or nothing, and so worried about that guy, man. He made me laugh. That cat made me laugh all the time. And you know
Nice.
who else has been missing that we all need to kind of shake down? If you haven't shook him, or if you don't, if you have the means, because I've sent emails, is fucking 420. I honestly think uh he misinterpreted one day when I because I think he was in chat that day when it was
Oh,
just after 420, and I was pissy about 420 the
okay.
day the episode,
Oh, okay, okay.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was kind of, and I think he thought I was bitching about him, to be honest with you. And I have not seen him on the show or in chat in quite some time. And I've sent
Well,
him a message too.
yeah.
So if you guys know the
I
means of, reaching out, say, hey, fucker, come back.
yeah, Dave Fucker. I first of all, I love you, 420, because I know you're gonna come and watch this because you're secretly watching them. You won the lottery. You got new shoes. You got them propped up in front of you. You're feeling real good. So here's the deal: when we see you next, we'll try not to hug you, but we're gonna give you a big hug because we miss you. And here's the deal: 420, you're our friend, and we keep track, and we want to know where you are right now.
And with that being said, too, yeah, we missed these nugs too. I hit her with messages every so
Oh
often.
man,
Um,
she's sweet as can be. You know that.
uh, yeah, now 420's got to come back and do his episode because it's just like he's been on and stated, "Oh no, I'm not doing an episode. I'm interviewing you." You kind of
That's
said the
exactly
same
what he said.
thing. You
Well,
said the
here's the
same thing
deal.
at one point. I told you, yeah, you gotta come on. You're like, yeah, not anytime soon. When I'm ready, I'm ready. I'll reach out to you. And
Well,
I know you
here's
were.
the deal.
When you were ready, you did reach out.
I thought about this, okay, and I did think about this. And this is just like, guys, this is behind the scenes, part of our community anxieties and rites of passage and intimacies, and things like that, because we get all learn an awful lot about each other. And I thought to myself, why have I not gone on? Why did it take me 6 months to finally get around to going on fucking talking shit with Eagle? When in fact, I know pretty much we see eye to eye on just about everything. But, and said, it's because I wasn't ready. That was my conclusion. And, it's just, we've got to be in a space where we are ready to open up to people and to be real and kind of take it to the next level, so to speak. So, you know, I'm on board with the fact that the people out there, our friends, need a little bit of inspiration and sometimes a kick in the pants, but most of the time just a little bit of support. And it's good to see each and every one of you each day here. And don't do this at the expense of anything else, but come and visit as often as possible. But live a well-rounded life.
Well, with
I
that
think we're
being
good, right?
said, yeah, I think we're done. Appreciate you again, man. I can't thank you enough for hanging out and doing the whole episode, the whole shebang bang. We made it through, and I get to brag all day. I got to smoke with a Buddha tomorrow.
Sweet, sweet. Well, here's the deal. God bless. May your pipe always be full, and may your buds glisten, and
And
your
with that
terps.
being said, I cut you off, man. Terrible.
Oh, terps spill over like champagne.
There you go. Sorry, Mr. Buddha. With that being said, I can't thank you enough, Buddha. I can't thank you enough. You guys are awesome that tune in. You yourself, Buddha, with all the kind words that every night I see those comments at the end of the shout outs, and yours is always there. And I always look forward to seeing it, and I'm very grateful for it. So thank you and everybody else that helps make this journey possible. It works both ways. Trust me. You know, I'll never fucking take your money for doing this because it's an honor to hang with as many great people that tune in every night as it is for you guys to tune in on this. So, no, it is what it is, and it's going to stay the way it is. So, thank you for an amazing
Thank
night.
you.
If you guys are interested in throwing an idea on that idea wheel, please DM me with a possible conversation that you'd like to see on that wheel. If you'd like to do like Buddhaboy and donate his time to this community, this effort, please DM me at Eagle Gardens One, fucking talking shit with Eagle on Instagram, or Eagle Gardens One at gmail.com, and we'll have another great night in the community. Again, thank you, my friend. We are out of here, you guys. You guys know the deal. Please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I am a living, breathing example of that. And great folks like myself and Buddha Boy
You.
show me it's possible every day. So thank you. Thank you, my friend. And see you guys tonight with, I believe it is Big John Gross will be here tomorrow. Oh, I need to fill that book. Get a hold of me.